Since we're taking it slow, every time I pick up a note, I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna read it. That's gonna be my challenge.
Part of the reason I'm eating the chippies with salsa is to get rid of the little aftertaste from my mouth and my lips.
Fair enough.
Some people might enjoy that. I am not a fan of lamb.
Oh. I feel like I did something wrong with my eyes.
Okay. See, let's go this guy. I must be glistening.
87.
Wow. Yeah, that's okay. Sure.
79. Aiko?
Oh,
Yeah? Boys?
do you remember?
Don't forget your voice name. Oh, the color?
The color. It was like 47.
Let me see. I chatted with Mimi about it. Hold on. Let's see. Color. $47 for the hue.
Yeah, okay, cool. That one's
82 for the saturation.
Okay, 82.
And 70 for the brightness.
I got really close.
Nice.
I got 47, 80, like 78 or something. 47, 82, 70.
Oh, I must start over here. I'm picking a new starting location.
I'm so excited.
Me too. Activate a great angle statue. There's right there. Oh my god, it's right behind me. The hotel.
I'm a gentleman.
Talk to the person near the great eagle statue. Well, that's this guy over here.
Oh, without the key, the tree holds the truth.
Swim, swim, swim. This is actually a harder starting location because there's not so many land balls. Remember, this is that one with the one spot has land balls.
Where do I want to start? Where did you start?
I started at Isle of Silence.
Oh, okay.
But apparently it wants me to go back to the beginning, so.
You gotta go all the way back to the beginning for talking to the quest people.
Yeah, so weird. This guy was near the statue. Why can't I talk to him instead?
Maybe I'll go to the Isle of Murmurs right next to you. Or maybe I'll go nowhere near you.
I'll go talk to this level 27 messenger of Low.
Should I go nowhere near you or near you?
That is completely up to you. Whatever you want to do.
Eastern Wild Island.
I got an old bow schematic. And some arrows. And some coins. I've got money before I even know how to make... I have pal spheres before I know how to make pal spheres. This is gonna be fucking awesome. I'm so like I feel like such a sense of fucking relief, dude. You don't even know.
Mm-hmm.
The struggle is real, and I love it. I could legitimately, I could get a T-Fant to do my shit for me.
Oh my god, I didn't level up when I touched the Great Eagle statue.
I know, isn't it great? It does, doesn't it? And we're on 0.1. Look at this. Hold on. I'm gonna show you this shit. Look. Proof. Right fucking there.
I don't jump.
0.1 XP.
Oh, this is so nice. How much XP? I got barely any XP for touching that Great Eagle statue. Oh my god, this is lovely.
It's so nice. This is exactly how it should be. Well, from my perspective.
This is how it should be as the base to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
We are placing our beliefs on an XP system in a game on everyone. Screw you. Fuck you all.
The thing I like about this is you do have the option to lower the XP.
Yeah.
And you have the option to raise the XP. You have the option to play this game however the fuck you want. And it appeals to a much larger audience because it's not difficult.
I genuinely think toggling the hardcore mode should do this with XP.
Yeah.
At the most, 0.5.
Yeah. I don't even necessarily feel the need to do the hard mode. Because, like, I feel like this is the perfectly balanced mode.
Maybe. We're not sure yet about.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I see the oil rig. I'm going to fight the level 30 oil rig right now.
Where did you wind up spawning?
The east. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I survived with 45 health. Eastern Wild Island.
Ah.
I have not even seen a pal yet.
I've only seen Celeries. Oh, I did see a T-Fan in the distance, but...
I found a land ball.
It's gonna be really hard for me to find land ball. Oh, I see a Cativa over there, though.
Oh, this is so nice.
Every road that you take, every move you make.
Run, Cherry.
I'll be watching you. Oh, look, there's just fucking wool on the ground. I'll take that.
Nice.
There's a Capricorn.
Bird bunny, drum cherries, level 33 alpha. Potential schematic tower. Although I'm not right next to it, but it's help! Never.
What's up, Diamond Shark?
You okay?
I have a song,
I have a
in my
song
head.
in my
Is it this one? Is it this one? Oh. What is it? Sing it to me.
It's called Iron in Her Heart.
Oh.
That's not where your iron's supposed to be.
I mean, iron's in blood, and blood's in your heart.
True.
I wonder if I could easily catch this Cativa, just because, like, it's drowning. Hey, Cativa, I'll rescue you. I got it, my first pal. It's a coward. All of them are really, though. But that gives me more weight.
The natural state of Cativa.
I like that it says you won't be able to effectively use pals that are higher level than you. Their abilities will be lowered to match the character level. Bitch, that was a level 1 Cativa. What the fuck you mean? Fuck it up. No, don't mind the rock. Okay, fine.
Okay.
Be aggressive.
I've done something just for you, Dino. Finish off.
Fuck him up. Ow.
I get like no XP from mining stone. I love it.
I'm punching a level 4 Tiefant in the butt.
I need an ad break.
I have a level 4 Tiefant that's got Vanguard. That's nice.
That is nice.
What's Vanguard do again?
Increases player damage
Oh yeah.
by 10%, I believe.
Nice.
Here, give me headphones. No.
Meow, bitch.
Oh my god, I can't get the pill box immediately.
Oh, seriously.
I
My
love
thing
you.
activated.
Oh. Kira tried throwing stuff at me, but it didn't work.
Threw stuff at me. But also did not work. The thing is my meow bitch didn't work either. Frick.
Hang on.
The audio went off. Oh, because it's still in the collab control screen. Fine. This is on you, Kiero. This is your fault. Oh, yeah, okay. So because I did that, it closed out my tits decided to break too. Okay, so let me load tits back up. And then I will also give myself kitty mode.
Here you go, Kira. Not Kira, Dino.
Oh, is that what we're listening to now?
Mhm.
Nice. Okay. So tits should work now.
That's like a folk song.
Let me do kitty
I
mode.
like
I'll do
that.
kitty mode. It does sound really nice.
Oh my god, it is loaded up.
That should work. Yeah. It's because I had cause we were in a multiplayer session and then I left and then everything fucking broke naturally. As it do. You could be a warrior, you know. Would you like to be a warrior? Join our team of crazy badass warriors. Yeah. Caught a bunny.
Nice.
I have caught 3 pals and I'm still level 1.
Nice.
Yeah, I know.
Nice.
It's great. I'm so happy. Final shot. It's me with AI, sadly. Oh, this song? Damn. That's fine. I mean, not really, but like, you know. Can I help you? Can I help you? I'm gonna stand on this celery. Who has decided to be in the ground? Fly, celery, fly! This celery is broken. Celery, this is the ground. This is not water. You are so close, yet so far away.
Sure, that works as a progression. And then if I go to Lumia, which point? Yeah.
This is nice. We're gonna level so slow. Palworld really that fun? It's so fun. This is our 3rd restart. 2nd restart. I'm level 2! See? You see how happy I am to be level 2? Because I earned it.
It's not given freely.
You hate restarts? Oh. Well, we like it.
Okay.
We like it when we feel it's necessary. Like the first,
I should have fixed my throw stuff thing. Let me refund you, Kiara.
the last two times that we, the last two times that we played, we were on 3 times XP. The first time was intentional and we leveled too fast and we didn't like it. The second time was unintentional because a world save thingy that was an issue. Okay? We hate leveling that fast so much that we just decided that we wanted our XP rate to be 0.1. 1/10 of the normal XP rate.
I'm trying to figure
shit.
out how I. How do I refund from this view?
What are you trying to refund?
Throw stuff. It's only 200 points, but
Throw
like.
stuff at yourself. That's how you do it.
Okay.
Got a lamb ball named it mint sauce. Oh, that's funny. Fuck, I just fell. Wow, I dropped like a fucking rock, didn't I? Egg.
This should hopefully work. I heard it. Let's see if the preview. There we go. There you go, Kiara. I got hit by stuff. I now have damage. Maybe of the brain. Do you do an egg only run or a no capture run? No capture run. Ooh. Like no capture and as in like you only free stuff?
I see. Like it's just like wild animals. Oh, there's some wild animals around and stuff like that, but
Fishing camps and breeding geese.
can you imagine getting wool would be really hard? You'd just be sitting and grinding lamb balls forever.
Lamb ball with ferocious. Let's go. Let's freaking go.
Nice.
Lamb ball attack, kill, murder.
Oh, looks like there's a dungeon down there.
Yeah.
Ooh, skill tree. Skill fruit tree. I'm exploring. See, these things I wouldn't have noticed before.
So in a way, we become a free Pal Alliance.
Yeah, there you go. Except for at least the free Pal Alliance though has pals. You're the better free Pal Alliance.
You're what Lily wants the free Pal Alliance to be.
I'm gonna go ahead and start collecting fruits early.
Like fruit selling?
Skill fruits.
Oh. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, start at level 2. Why not? Use lucky pals because you don't hate yourself that much. Fair enough. I get that. Honestly, that would be pretty good. Like not necessarily no catch run, but only lucky run.
That would be insane. You could literally just
I can see
be
that being
running
fun
around.
though. Yeah.
It could be incredibly. That's entire RNG based before you can get your first Pal.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the Pal sphere. I move so slowly. I'm gonna focus on capturing 5 levels.
Dedicativa.
Why Diva?
Did you already talk to the person near the Great Eagle statue?
No.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I'm trying to see. I am gonna look up to see where these fucking lamb balls spawn though, because I also need to catch them, and I know it's like a tiny, tiny fucking area.
I have levels where I am.
Yeah, I do not.
I also am right next to a watchtower, so I'm gonna climb up and get that. It took me almost 900 in-game days to beat 4 of the towers. Dang. Does it allow you to use pals if you breathe lucky onto them? Or is it only caught lucky pals?
Alright, where am I? Okay, I just need to go to the next island over.
I claim.
Like only fire types. Took you almost 900 in-game days to beat 4 of the towers. Oh jeez. See it.
Bunny could actually be really good. Bunny is actually going to be really good early.
I have a Rebunny. I have 3 pals. A Rebunny, a Cativa, and a T-Fan.
I have Lamble, and nothing.
I'm gonna go get a Lambo. And I'm gonna need wool. Hello, Mama Rest. That's
You
never...
make your way back to the Great Eagle statue.
What the fuck?
What?
No, I didn't.
Turn down the what?
So many dead guys over here. And no, I didn't. I'm trying to make my way over to go get these lamb balls in this tiny little spot on this other little island over here.
Oh my god, I hear a lucky bell.
Really?
But I don't have a sphere to capture it.
You know,
What
because
is-
you
Please tell me it's not a bronze cherry. There's no way I'm capturing that. It's not that bronze cherry. I'm gonna try and find a Pell sphere. I'm not even level 2. Cloth outfit made. Nice.
Ah, if I had enough money, I could buy a Lambo. Wait, I have enough money. I could buy a Lambo. I could also buy a pangolin or a lift monk or a chickpea. I'm just gonna like not.
Where did the
Time
lucky
to
bell
go
go?
swimming. Swim, 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 swim.
Lucky Pell's just gone. I'm not hearing it anymore.
Maybe it was a fish.
No, it was. I'm not near water. It's like this way.
I see second Shurima, let's go.
Yeah, ready, yeah.
I'm so ready. I'm not wearing clothes.
Maybe it attacked something and died.
I think the only, like, the biggest downside of not being near each other right now is, like, we can't join a guild. But that's gonna be kind of fun. We could join each other's guild later after we already both have bases.
Find each other.
I'm cold!
freezing.
I'm freezing too! Oh no, and I'm further north. I don't have a torch. I don't even know how to make a torch.
I should by default.
I'm
the
dying.
base.
I'm dying. I'm out of stamina. Fuck,
Oh,
I'm
no,
cold
no,
and I'm out of
it's true.
stamina. Shit,
Ow,
I'm
it's
gonna die. I'm gonna die! Get the fuck out of the water! Get the fuck...
Can I make a torch? I can make a torch.
I can make a torch too. You're right. You're right. It was on by default. I didn't know.
Into the base message.
I didn't know. For some reason, I thought I had to unlock it. Ah! Oh, nice.
I'm no longer freezing.
Yeah.
But remember,
I need to catch...
torches are consumables.
No, they're not.
That's what you think. If you whack a power with it, you can set it on fire, and it gets consumed.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Nope.
But I guess in that way, a pickaxe is also consumable.
True. Be careful if climbing, because you put your torch away. My first pal is... a Lambo. Okay.
You can't catch anything? Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna teleport down. I got the watchtower.
Get good, scrub.
Teleport back down to where I started.
Wait, I didn't unlock any of the technologies. Hold on. I need a towel box, I need a towel sphere, and I need a wooden chest. Nothing else
Oh.
matters. Actually, wooden structure set. Fuck it. Campfire, that could be nice.
I'm so far. Got you
I'm apparently very hungry, so I'm gonna go ahead and eat these berries I've been picking up.
Very thinky. Very thinky. Yep, very thinky.
It's an RSOX, nice.
Oh, that's actually really good as a first power.
Yeah, I agree. Excuse me, sir. Have you seen any Lambos? Sir, resigned Islander. Excuse me, sir, Islander, sir. Have you seen any Lambos? How
Yeah,
many
I
years
know.
has it been since anyone washed up here? Last person who wound up here was some famous
Oh,
merc,
so
but they ended up
depressing.
just getting eaten by a dire owl. Pals are way more brutal than they look. If you come across a carnivorous pal, you best run. Don't even think about looking back. Here,
Trying to
use
get
this.
there.
I'll be praying
No.
for your survival in this cruel place. Thank
Oh,
you for
no.
this 3 wool. That's really going to help me towards getting my shirt.
I've got to avoid these depressed fucks. They're hostile. They're level 5. And too weak.
I'm now being too weak. There's a Nox. It's a level 6 Nox. Do we think we can take it on? Do we take it? I don't even know if it's any good. Probably not. Not for us now. Not for our current purposes. Yeah, done.
Oh, Lambo, murder your fellow friends. Nice, you one shot.
I could get a crevice. This might help me more.
I get 1 XP from killing Lambo. I love it.
That's awesome.
But how
No, the crevice! I'm so sorry. Get in the book!
Ooh,
Fuck you. I'm going to as soon as it decides to stop being a little bitch.
A dungeon. Do I do
There
a
it is.
dungeon?
That's a much better way to get wool, I think. Yum.
Your bunny? No,
Not like I can finish.
guarantee it.
Not like I can finish this talk to the Great Eagle statue person quest, anyways.
I've set the Rabani on fire. Fuck you, Rabani.
Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. I'm gonna go get this schematic tower way over here in the distance.
I've caught a Rabani and now my Lambo is stronger.
Like a rock covered in crude oil in 1736. Oh. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I did not realize that my T-Fan was currently aggressive. I killed a bunny.
Slept like a rock covered in crude oil in 1763. Dang.
Okay, question. Do you feel like the rock felt in 1963, or do you feel like the rock feels now after it was covered in 1963 or 1763?
She's asking, are you Dwayne?
Are you really old?
Bold and Hawaiian.
Are you really old and covered in like really old oil? Or were you really old? Okay. Oh my god, it's a blowhard, level 33, hello!
I'm in a dungeon.
Oh my god, I'm so glad I took my T-Fan off of
Oh no, there's level 7 and level 9 syndicate thugs. I need to leave the dungeon.
It's too powerful.
Trolls
In the dungeon! That's what I know.
You are Dwayne.
Alright, let's see what kind of
I'm
schematic I
proud
got.
of you, Dwayne.
Thermal undershirt schematic, nice.
Oh,
I will
you told me
take
of
that. Yep.
Nice, that's gonna fight off any cold problem we're gonna have.
I know, isn't it nice? Okay, alright. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam.
Hashtag proud of my lab.
I'm not gonna be able to get clothes until level 4. Damn. Honestly, I feel like this right here, the slowing it down, like with us leveling so slow, right, is the perfect way to get us to explore around on foot, dude. When the fuck do we get our first flyer? Exactly.
Our first flyer would actually be one
I know.
It would be a Nighthawk. You skip right past it. If playing normally. I hope you get gapped. Oh, we could. We could actually do the grappling. I've never made a grappling that. That could actually be a good movement.
I think he was talking about a golden apple.
Oh yeah, I'll go apple, gapple. In the Palworld.
But yeah, we could get a grapple. I probably won't because I hate it. But I could.
The equivalent of shinies would be lucky towels.
Yeah.
It's not difficult to get.
And you can add if you want to, if you're so inclined, you can add mods to have it where they change their color. Lucky pals change their color. It's not great though. I mean, it's fine. I'm not doing it. It's client fine. So I could. I just don't want to.
Yeah. Okay. What do I want to level up my stat point? Early stat points are going to be so important.
I put mine in weight.
That could be really important.
We turned ours to the lowest XP rate. Like, look at this. Look at this Milky. Hold on. Look at this shit. Proof.
Yeah, I genuinely think weight early on is a massive increase.
That's not 1 times XP rate. That's 0.1 times XP rate. Beautiful.
Hashtag all missing texture moddable because I can't code. Scene 21 only got 1. Proud of you. I haven't seen a cat here though. I wish I did.
I can see one in my pocket. It's level 4. Flambell, come here, I need fire.
So Pell's level up so slow. Oh my god, this is what I wanted.
Oh my god, my Flambell's a stronghold strategist.
Oh nice, you take less damage.
Nice.
Level 25 and also, let's go. 1 Pell sphere. 5% chance. Actually, that's a reasonably good chance.
You accidentally caught a tan. How do you accidentally catch a tansy?
That's it, restart.
Gotta restart. You fucked up. Okay. He threw something at me and it hurt. It hurt really bad. Crying. Hold on. I don't know if I'm crying. I don't know if I am. I have to see. I could be fake crying. Hold on, where is it?
Okay.
Milky, why did you hit me? Why would you do this to me?
I have a negative fear.
That's so mean.
Safety.
I'm
I
over it.
could build a base right now.
Oops. Now I'm crying again. I don't know why. Alright, fine. There we go. Why am I crying again? Jesus fuck. Stop crying. Why every time I sit do I cry? There we go.
Because oh my god, an egg.
You
You know what
don't use the
actually
purple hair giant.
somewhat interesting to do, my love?
What?
Do not coordinate a location with each other. So then when we find each other, it's just random.
I love that.
Like
Absolutely.
we know where we started.
Yep.
We know the general direction, but we completely miss each other.
We did, yep.
Hello, wandering merchant.
Gotta start building. Gotta start building my base.
Actually,
I don't even know if I have the materials for this shit.
I bought as
Wow.
many Pell spears as I could have. Let me sell.
4 plushie, 4 cries.
one more.
Yep. Well, I only needed to cry once. I was really brave for the other 3.
I actually sold a Lambo because it had a negative stat on it, and I want the money. I bought 13 Pelsirs.
Oh my gosh.
I'm actually utilizing the merchants in an intended way.
That's awesome.
They completely useless early on,
Uh-huh.
because you
Negative.
don't need to worry about them. Now they're actually useful.
Oh my god, these trees, they're floating in this rock. Come down, trees. Trees.
Trudini, you
Yeah, you can buy pals.
can buy 1,000 Pel merchants. It's up to you whether or not you want to in the challenge or not. You're doing.
Yep.
Game run my immersion 0 out of 100. How so? What do you mean? Underwater BZS. What's base? Oh no. No, you can't build underwater. You can build over water later, like way later. I'm talking like 100 years in the future, it seems.
You might be able to build underwater eventually, but they haven't added any underwater content. And you can't dive yet. Correct?
Oh yeah, that's true. Trees don't float IRL.
But this is a fantasy world where there's an entire area of islands that are floating in the sky.
True. So trees kind of do float in the sky, if you think about it. They just float on the floating islands.
We would be like level 20 if we were on regular XP.
Yep. I'm so happy. I've never been so happy to be low level. It's like when you play Animal Crossing and like you get through that first few weeks. And the first few weeks you're like, okay, well now the fucking game's done. But like now what?
Now I'm through early game. Want to restart?
Yeah, pretty much. Alright, here we go.
Hurt him.
This
Hurt him
is
badly.
our new home, guys. This is our new home. Are we at all prepared? No. That's okay. This is where we're gonna live. I think. I'm pretty sure this is where we're gonna live. 90% sure this is where we're gonna live. But I have to make sure. Basically, if I can make this entire circle and it doesn't run into anything, like I can make a full circle and everything's flat, I'm happy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Perfect.
You can now ride on all socks.
Nice. I can't ride nothing. I don't even have clothes.
Level 4 is when we get clothes.
I'm almost level. I say I'm almost level 3, but I don't know.
I'm like near the start of level 2.
Oh wait, I might be able to make a chest. I can. Okay. Sweet.
I'm gonna make a survival shack at some point.
I'm gonna have a base level 2 soon.
Nice.
Don't need to carry these around or that. Or that. I'd love to make this, but I don't have a high quality workbench.
Is turn razor?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I didn't have to because I was already disabled.
Ah, like me.
Tristan.
What?
And then we deploy a pal to work. Who is working? Ribbunny, obviously. Ribbunny's best worker. Oh, and I have to make her a bed. That's right. Okay, hold on. Let's level up the base. Is my base going to be a higher level than me? Please. That'd be awesome.
Tropical outfit schematic. Okay. Schematic could actually be a wonderful way to make clothes. Ooh, ghoul mosses.
I need to level up. Can't make you a bed yet. Sorry, Ribbon. You've got to just suffer.
I genuinely want a Grimos.
I also want to go mouse, but I don't know where one is. I am just gonna go chop some wood. 'Cause, you know, I can do lots of wood for building. Do I know what I'm building yet? No! Do I care? No!
Having fun.
Yeah, I'm having a good time. I love the chopping of wood. I love grinding resources. It's so much fun. Is that my bunny wishing he was free? He's looking over at some wild bunnies going like, I wish that was me.
That Lily's place already. Dang, traveling balls.
Damn.
To be fair, when you can ride a mount, it's much faster than the base smooth speed. Okay. Actually, what did the Gumos have? Nothing. I'll take it.
What's up here? Wee! Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die!
Please don't die.
I weirdly
Did you
didn't die.
Oh, nice.
So, like, what happens if you jump through this stream thing? Is there, like, you can't die from fall damage or get damage from fall damage if you jump through this thing? Does it, like, keep a timer on you? Be like, okay, well, within this certain amount of time, there's no fall damage. Because, like, that absolutely should have killed me.
I think it's distance, and it might be like percent over distance. Go kill that cremate. Yeah. Aggressive. You receive a lot of XP for capturing a new type of cow. I got 6. Or maybe 5 if they just killed one.
My bunny's helping me build.
4 from exploration. 8 for another 4 from finding that. Oh. Do I have it? Oh my god.
I've already got nails. I don't even fucking need nails.
I think, yeah, I'm gonna build down here.
Hello, Capricorn. Can I have this rock? Thanks. Bye. He ran away. Ran out of stamina.
Coco needs knee surgery now. Probably.
That fall was pretty crazy. Babe, are you happy? Babe. Babe!
Yeah?
Are you happy?
Oh yeah, I'm ecstatic.
Me too.
I'm having so much fun.
Me too. I'm so happy.
Yippee.
Good. Oh shit, I forgot about mine. They're like way over here. Hi,
Good.
yum,
She
yum.
loved it when I get fat up.
What?
Huh?
What?
I said you love it when I get fat up.
I don't know what you said. I heard you. She loves it when I get fat, though.
Fattened up.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You said good when I was eating chippies.
New hog.
Can you hold through this? Oh my god, my love.
What?
Do you remember Big Hog Little Duck?
Oh my god, big hog, little duck. Jesus.
Big ones.
I love thinking about Corey's dick.
You two are essential to my body.
Huh?
My bunny and my premise, essential to the
What do I think of the bilk ship? Bilk.
Land wall?
The bilk. Okay, so one is milk. And one is Beppis. Beppis. Okay, Beppis bilk. Okay, I love it, honestly. I think it's fantastic, and especially since you guys already have children. It's called Pilk.
This is the Crystal Shack. Need more wood. Good thing I'm right next to the tree. Chop, chop. Just having a goose is really nice.
Oh no, my weapon is damaged. And I'm hungry. Guess I'll have to eat these berries.
Those berries were meant for your pals. Oh my god.
Well, what am I supposed to eat?
Your pals. Fatten them up with berries.
Go T-Fan. Nom 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 nom. I don't think anybody has caught and dropped meat so far. I'm too weak. We need to share. This is a communism. A communism. Wow.
It's a singular
It's
communism.
a one communism.
All your base belong
Oh,
to
that
us.
is nice. We like a Dazzy.
Dazzy is really good.
Think about the fact that we're still going to be able to get pals from rescuing them.
Yeah, getting a Dazzy or a Daydream would be great for just additional damage early on.
What level are you, Daniel?
Stop pulling out memes from the early internet. No. It's all I understand. It's all I know. 20 already. She literally just restarted.
This is what we're talking about, though. What times XP did you have?
I'm not even halfway through level 2.
Have you been counting every pal that you see?
You can see in your Palpedia.
Really? Oh, like,
Yeah,
okay,
right.
48 different kinds of pals.
Yeah, encounters 16, registered 4.
Let's see. Only 20 times. Oh, yeah, all right. Literally the max. Good thing it's taking it easy.
You're gonna be in the world tree in no time.
We're gonna world tree this afternoon.
Yes, I don't know myself. We love ourselves. That's why we're doing this. Because
Yeah.
it's fun. It's not boring and instant gratification.
This
We don't need that dopamine,
this brings us joy. Also, I'm level 3 now.
oh my god.
I'm gonna give myself more stamina. I can make arrows. I can make a shoddy bed. I can make a straw pal bed. I could make a global pal box, but I'm gonna hold off on that. It's not time.
It's Tristan Shack, baby. Brings me joy using my SMG on Zoe. I mean, sure, yeah.
But I want to go back and like kind of empty my inventory, but I also want to keep going forward. So I'm just gonna like keep going forward until I get to the next way shrine, and then go back so I can like empty out some of my inventory because I'm starting to get heavy. And by starting to get heavy, I'm already 25 pounds less weight.
Hey, you can still fully jump and stuff.
I can.
One will be raw resources.
I should catch an Anaris. That's what I should do. That'd help out a lot. It might actually wind up helping out a lot early game.
It could.
Like once we get to that level, like level, what is it, like 25, 29?
Making a very rudimentary storage system already.
I have 2 chests. They're not
My God,
organized.
not
I've just
normal.
dumped stuff in there.
Nom 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 nom. Berries.
I'm trying to
Lava.
go back to the Great Eagle statue, slowly but surely. I just want to do that quest.
That's fair.
And then I can catch some land balls while I'm over there. Like, because I've got so many, like, I'm gonna have so many shrines along the way. I'm just gonna, like, pick them up as I pass them. You're going to fight Zoe? Okay, have fun.
I feel like at that point you can punch her to death.
I need this lift monk. Come here, lift monk. Who fights a lift monk? Go, Kativa. No. Go, Flambelle.
A bow, spear, and dreams. That's all you need. Most of the dreams. Just be delusional. That's one thing you never see. A person that's manic and having delusions, being sad. Oh no, my ankles.
Come
Also,
on, get the fuck in my pocket, you bitch.
that's all you need. Oh, I hit it. Oh my God! I built my base right near a skill fruit tree by accident.
Okay, I have a lift monk now.
Nice.
550 said, "Kill him. I crave blood."
Oh my God! I need a rock.
I'm not killing him. I needed a lift monk, so whenever I do eventually get to around the small settlement area, I have something to show that dude. What is it, babe?
Rock all.
Sure?
12 rock.
Oh my gosh.
It's God in the skill fruit tree. I can't go get skill fruit.
Oh, I thought you said you caught it.
No.
Like, "Ugh."
If it is, and the Muzier is a passive though.
Rush hordes are very much not passive. I'm going to make a bed for this little cute.
Catch it with I do have a singular megasphere.
Do you have a bed?
I do not have a bed. I don't have the ability to get a bed.
Okay, that's fine. That's what I was curious about. Because I was like, can we skip tonight or not?
That's level 3, isn't it?
Yeah.
Damn. I'm not there yet.
I'm level 3. Just barely, but I am level 3.
Schematic tower. Oh. That would be a mistake if I don't succeed. Oh no.
The world's tiniest house. Let's make the world's tiniest house.
If I was to say where I'm heading right now, you'd know exactly where I am, even if I didn't use like the exact location.
I don't want to know now.
I don't want to know now.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go chat to someone, and if I tell you who that someone is, you'll know exactly where I am. And no, it's not the Great Eagle statue.
I'm trying to think who you'd be chatting with.
I need to avoid that alpha, that rampage and dire house. Not only can't I kill it, I can't survive by catching it. She's dead. Yippee! Ding dong, the witch is dead. Witch, old witch, the Zoe witch.
Oh, I thought you said you killed Zoe. I was so confused.
No, Danisha.
Yeah, I see that now.
It's becoming nighttime. Oh, look, a wool on the ground.
God, the red bunny looks so cute when she sleeps. I think she.
Hello, sir.
Guess I'm gonna hang out at the house. Good, that's good. Good news.
I can indeed do that quest when I see one. Egg thing gun.
You can do that quest when you see one.
Yep.
Are you at the small settlement?
Nope.
I mean, we don't have to coordinate meeting up, but I still want to know where you are. Like, you know that I'm gonna be heading over to the person about the Great Eagle statue.
Yeah, I feel like we're both heading towards it. I just talked to the whack researcher.
I see, I see. I do know exactly what it is.
Whack,
What?
whack, whack. Whack. Wow.
I had to build 3 beds. I need to build a feed box for me to live in. Can you, like, just hang out here with me? Thank you. Flamebell's like, don't worry, I got you. I'll keep you warm. What do you think you'll get? Clovey. It really depends. What kind of egg is it?
Yeah, what kind of egg? We can give an educated guess with the kind of egg.
Tiny house, dude. You have to be jealous of my house. It's so beautiful.
Castaway's Journal, Day 3. Do I read it?
Yeah. Unless you don't want to and you only want me to read it.
Journals. Castaway's Journal, Day 3. I discovered what appears to be an ancient ruin while exploring the island. Did humans once live here? Finding some kind of mural on the walls, I found that it was none other than instruction on how to make that strange sphere from before. Using palladium, the name I've given to the blue ore found throughout the island of Catalyst, it's possible to transform mere wood and stone into one of these spheres. I must record this method of production on my device. There happens to be a weakened panel near me, unable to move. Rolling a sphere towards it, I was able to capture another panel. Yippee! You have 2 common eggs, 1 small grass egg, and 1 huge grass egg.
I think the small grass egg is going to be a clovey.
I think the huge grass egg will be a mammoth.
Ooh, that'd be a good early start. Well, I mean, say early, but he did just defeat Zoe.
It could. It is the clovey? Nice.
Uh-huh.
With Sirius. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Wait, that's something I can just air tunnel over here. The huge dragon egg might be a Elphidron? No. Maybe, actually.
Could be. Chill it, probably.
I don't think you can get wild chilled eggs. This early, at least.
Oh, that's true. I also think they come from an ice egg. I have an ice egg. I currently have 2 eggs. I have a small ice egg and a small damp egg.
The huge grass egg was Mammarust, and... Oh, you're playing with instant hatchron as well.
What? Playing with what?
You can have it set so it, like, eggs instantly hatch.
Ah, I see. That sounds super not fun.
It does.
I mean, to each their own.
Okay.
Not my jam.
That was the huge dragon. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I forgot about the Relaxosaurus Lux. No chest across here? Seriously? Ooh, there used to be a lift monk effigy on that. Wow. Yes, that is how I got my first Galactosaurus flux.
Hi, how you doing? So my Vegemite knows try to cook or not my jam. Oh, I'm sorry. Not my Vegemite.
Not my jam, so it is your jam. Got it. How are you doing,
I've been
Faye?
booped. Oh my god, I've been booped.
You been booped?
I've been booped.
No! You can be
I
booped.
booped me. He said boop.
No! You've been booped. She's got you murderer.
Sets on the breakfast after a 9-hour shift. That sounds nice.
Oh.
I mean, it's not the 9-hour shift. Oh, I can make this bow. Sweet.
Was it an overnight shift if it's sitting down for breakfast? Probably.
I'm making an uncommon old bow.
Nice.
Bunny's gonna help me. This is something that Bunny excels in. Handiwork.
The driest sausage egg biscuits ever. Ooh.
I don't know, man. That shit can get pretty dry over here. They don't do breakfast all that great in Australia.
It is one thing that we unfortunately don't do well. I mean, we do English breakfast well. But an American breakfast, no. How's the power couple? Very, very weak right now because we just started at 1 time XP.
It's nice.
It is so nice. Okay, got a cat heaver now.
I'm not an Aussie. Also, my Aussie's what? I'm sorry, I'll stop that.
I'm an Aussie.
I'm not an Aussie. I'm provisional Aussie. Why is my face not? Oh, yeah. Just have this all.
She'll become an Aussie in the future.
I will be an Aussie later.
I could make a mistake. She's a sub-Aussie. Yes. Yeah.
A Aussie.
And collecting time where you collect all the eggs. Do I?
I think now that we have like beaten the game technically, I think that's the kind of shit that happens that makes me not feel like super rushed. Because like hearing other people talk about, oh my god, I got this, oh my god, I got this, oh my god, I got this, that makes me like, oh shit, I feel like I really need to catch up.
But now it's like, oh, I know what it has to offer.
Now I can take my time and enjoy the little bits of leading up to it.
Which was why I wanted to beat the final boss before we.
That makes sense. It makes sense.
Oh, a feathered hairband schematic. Uncommon.
I can absolutely believe it. All the shit they're doing, and they're gonna be coming out with 2 new games. One that's like Stardew, and one that's like fucking a dating sim. Yeah.
I imagine both of them won't be like incredibly long. Level 3.
You'll be lurking while Genshining. Have fun. Enjoy your gacha.
I'm not gonna put a single point in work speed, and only gonna get that from dungeon remedies.
Okay.
Because you get so
You know,
many.
honestly, good idea though. I'll do the same.
It will make building early harder, but at the same time, we are.
Taking our time anyway, so.
Yeah, there's much time in the world. Catch one more of you buddies.
Making lots of arrows. Now I have how many arrows? 886. And I'm level 3. I'm so fucking amused.
I'm,
Nice.
oh, you got a lucky 9. I'm so happy.
Me too.
What I just did would have put me to like level 15.
What'd you just do?
Caught a bunch of pals.
Yeah. Did you level up?
I got to level 3 before I caught the bunch of pals, but I'm not even close to leveling up. Not even a quarter of the way through level 3 from doing that.
I
Cosplay,
have-
me too.
I have 156 experience into level 3.
Ooh.
Is that lower or higher than you?
Wait, 158 experience into it?
156
or left
into it.
How do you tell what you're into it?
Where it says next 100. Oh, never mind. Next 55. 155. I read it next. I read it wrong. Next 155.
Next 148. But I did just catch like 4 pals.
True.
Okay.
I still don't know how much things give for experience. Why does this bow look huge? I'm so used to using the mechanical bow and it's really small that this old bow looks massive.
Mm. Nom, nom.
Oh shit. Okay. I've determined I cannot get that one. I'm sorry. Go away. I'm not equipped to get that schematic.
Oh, it's one of the ones that spawns a boss.
Yep.
Or an enemy. Not
Level 25.
Ooh.
There was a crash down thing. Oh, it's a meteor. I'm leaving. I
A
thought
meteor?
it might have been a supply drop.
What is a supply drop? That's amazing. Early. Like, you get.
I know. That's why I was kind of like, ooh, let me go see what that is.
Okay, time to go back to my base. I have done some good exploration. I have achieved my wall.
Lizard. 5. Thank you for the subs.
Lizard.
Well, 1 sub. Why did it do 2?
Oh. Why did it do
I don't know. I don't know why I did it. Why it did 2. But I
You're
will.
amazing.
Absolutely. I'm gonna go ahead and add that one to the market. Thank you so much, 5. Goes 38. Thank you so much. And now you'll have access to the badge. What is the lizard? The lizard is a gift sub, and every single person that gets a gift sub, it goes lizard, lizard, lizard. Basically, it turned into like, I found out that if somebody does gift subs, if they do it in a batch, it keeps replaying the same audio every single time. So I was like, you know what'd be really funny is if every time that it had to repeat the same audio, it just repeated lizard. And that's how that became. So now it's just lizard, 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 lizard. And it's funny to me. It's a meme. It's a meme that makes me laugh.
It makes Aiko laugh. That's all that's important. And it is funny. I love it too.
Lizard, lizard.
Little lizard.
Okay. Hear me out. Plan belt.
That's
Look,
good. That's
we
good.
very
Don't-
well
don't
might
put
die.
it-
We might
Thank
die
you
doing
very
this.
much, Five.
We might die. We might die. There's a high chance that we'll die. Okay, but look, this could go so well. This could go very well. Please, please, please. Yes! I just got Herbie.
You got Herbie.
He's level 13. Okay. Level 13 Herbie. Oh, I'm so happy. I have a Herbie. Although I have to go back to my base to actually get the Herbie, but you know. You know what I mean.
Herbie the other bug.
No, Herbie the hamster.
Hamster.
Hamster. Herbie the hamster.
Yep.
I still don't have a gliding. Look, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm doing a lot of exploration right now, and I still don't have a fucking glider.
Same. Babe, thank you, 5.
Yes,
You're
thank you so
incredibly
much.
generous. But it's good that
About the best you could do. The waifus watching me spend. Bruh. I am one of the waifus watching you, making you watch your spending. Or I'm watching your spending? I don't know.
the one that went off with him to tell him to go to stop spending money and instead like
Yep.
focus on your own health.
You got some that are watching your spending saying, hey, stop spending so much. So you got some watching your spending saying, hey, you're my personal servant, or whatever it was you said that they call you. Okay, can I make that jump? Do you guys think I can make that jump? Let's fucking find out. Ready? Go! No! That hurt. That hurt. That hurt like hell. Shut up.
What you do?
I tried to jump from a cliff to another cliff, and I missed.
Yep.
One calls you the personal bitch support. Yep, like that. Yep, that's all I.
Oh, a wound.
I think he likes it. Yeah. Wow. I am a fucking genius.
Yep.
I was like, hey, let's regain a little bit of stamina back, yeah?
Yeah.
Got up there and went to go jump to, like, stand on this ledge. And I was like, okay, well, I should be able to stand on this. Went to go stand on it. No, can't stand on it. Fell down. Halfway down the mountain. I just climbed up.
Yep.
And you know what? I was really close to the top, too.
I'm hungry. No. Yum 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 yum. Lamb ball meat. Yum 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 yum.
God, I can't believe you're eating that lamb ball.
It's their fault for giving him meat and while they go on their boat.
That's true. Like, what do you think happens? They're just like, oh shit, hurt myself.
Maybe when you catch them in the Hellsphere, whatever hell they are, just full on dies. Oh yeah, I got a couple more journals.
I see a giant egg over here. It's a huge dragon egg.
Let me read this.
I'm gonna let you know, Dino Shark. I'm gonna tell you straight up. Your run stresses me out. Even just by like listening to it stresses me out.
That is
I will
extremely
continue to listen to you. I will continue to listen to you because it's like you're just like, I just want to tell you how I'm doing. And so you know what? I'll be here. I'll be here. I will continue to listen to it, but I swear to God, it stresses me the fuck out. You were going so fast, and I'm just like, it feels so wrong. Your run feels so wrong to me. I would not play that way. I'm glad that you're happy and you're excited and exploring. That's awesome. I'm stressing me the fuck out.
Castaway's journal, day 1-1. I found a strange device, not sure. It appears to be some kind of electronic device, but its odd design is unlike anything I've seen. It seems to be capable of recording images and displaying information about what is shown. I decided to take photographs of the island using this device and use them along with this journal to document my findings. Castaway's journal, day 2. As I explored around the coast, found this here in strange blue light. I saw it without much thought. Found the creature and letting it transform into what seemed to be light, as though absorbed by the sphere. I believed my eyes had seen the sphere and the creature stared at me with what seemed like an immiscible expression. As I began to create a shelter to protect me from the element, the creature astonishingly began to help me. How useful. Wanting to deepen my connection with it, I decided to name it Time Pals. To match, I've named this archipelago the Black Isles. Oh no, Peltagoth Island. I can speak. I know how language.
Alright, this is gonna sound like a really stupid question. Where do I find these journals?
Well, Castaway Journal 1-1 is found behind.
Tristan, where do I find it to read it?
Oh, in the options. It's below
Oh, okay.
Survival Guide.
I found one. It says Castaway Journal, day 38.
Wow, that's a big jump.
Yeah, I know. That's what she sent me. Having now journeyed far from where I first drifted ashore, I've come across a massive statue in the shape of a pal. It's most certainly a legacy of ancient civilization. But why would they have built such statues? Everything I found thus far suggested that pals live alongside these ancients as equals, but the existence of monuments like this suggests there were some objects of worship. Perhaps there are certain pals out there that have special significance to both people and pals. You did buy your coworker a thank you gift for watching your butt was in the hospital. That's nice. Why is it Oh No Lucy here? So Spider-Man. That sounds fun. Herbie, Herbie, where does your garden grow? Okay, I'm done. Herbie, you're gonna get named Herbie. It's literally just replace the L with an E. Herbie is back.
Herbie, come back. You can stand me down.
He's like I was level 13 and now I'm level 3. The fuck.
Wait, it's a week.
Ooh, I can go get that watchtower. Herbie fully loaded. Exactly. He's very powerful, you know.
Very powerful, very loaded. Very herb.
There it is up there.
Oh, you got a fox, Sparks.
Grist.
Fox, Christ. Nice.
Okay. Dino Shark. I'm gonna tell you. I have been sitting here torn between asking you to stop with the play-by-play. I want the updates. I want important updates. I want you to play the game and I want you to give us important updates, like really like badass shit that happens. No. Listen. You don't need to be sorry. That's what I was saying. Like I completely understand you're wanting to say, but also at the same time it's like your playthrough is also stressing me out because it's playing in like absolute opposite of the way I want to play. It is so quick and it's so much happening all at once. It's throwing me off. So I do want you to still update me on like the cool shit that happens, but I don't need you to tell me every single thing. Part of me, I was like, no, just stay quiet. It's fine. It's Twitch interaction. This is good.
Good morning,
But also it's stressing me out. So. Narnia 4. I know who that is.
Oh my god.
Hello. I just wish Narnia 4 was on Twitch. So I too could see Narnia 4 chat.
I am now
But
making
it's fine.
bed.
She's on the YouTubes. Woo! Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. If I fall from here, I am dead 100%.
How are you?
So we started over a world. That's my mom, by the way, so I'm gonna call her mommy because that's what I call her, mommy. So we started over our world. We just defeated the boss this morning, the big boss, and then we started our world over because we were going way too fast and we wanted to slow down and we like being weak for some reason. So yeah, this is where we're at right now.
I actually feel like it's something we can achieve rather than hand it out.
Yeah, we don't like that. We want to work for it. We want to work for it. But also, like, oh, she'll get on Twitch one day, is that what she said?
Yep.
Nice. That's fine. She's in no rush. Like, take your time. I know
There's
you're
no
working
rush.
right now. I say I know you're working. I actually don't know what day it is.
Just
Is
take
it?
your
What's
time.
today?
There's no rush to do
I didn't
anything.
take any meds. What's today?
You-
What's today?
And today is Sunday.
Sunday. I need to take my meds. It's not Sunday for her, though, is it? Is it? It's Sunday for her.
It should be Sunday morning, yeah.
Oh, she should be in church. She'll be in church soon. That's probably why she's not
Take
doing
you
it.
to church.
She's just getting ready for church.
Sunday the 2.
Sunday the
Yeah,
2.
Sunday the 2 indeed.
So,
I hope you had a good sleep.
oh crap. But yeah, you're not really gonna see me on his screen right now since we just restarted and we started in different areas. That's
Yeah,
basically what I was trying to get around telling you.
I'm here. I can see the meteor on the map that spawned when you saw it.
Oh, so you know roughly about where I was. That's cool.
Aiko started and she was roughly over here somewhere.
Hmm.
And we have far away.
I'm
I take your
starving.
meds, get ready for church. I just wanted to check in.
I love you.
We love you.
That's my mom. She's great.
She's
Oh, Dino Shark wants to know if you're okay.
Is she okay?
I don't know.
That is.
Just says, is she okay? I assume he's talking about my mom. Yeah, she's fine. She's just on YouTube.
Yeah. No, I'm speaking into the void. I'm telepathically communicating with her. I'm just built different. But yeah.
Oh, you were asking me if I'm okay. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. I was a little stressed out because you were just
Love
like,
you
but
too,
like,
love you too.
yeah, I was a little stressed out, but it's fine. I couldn't remember it's Sunday. No, bro. Do you know how much we've been playing Palworld? Every day's blending together. No, I'm not okay. I'm not okay. But in the best way, not okay.
She said I'm great and that she loves us both.
I'm glad. She's great.
You are great. It's good to know you're doing great as well.
Mm-hmm. You need to stop by and hang out with us more. Just saying.
Yep.
You can. We're always here. If you're ever wondering, hey, what they're up to, and let's go check out the Twitch channel. That's probably where they are. Majority of our time is here. Talk to my therapist. She's like, so yeah, but how long do you do that? I was like, I don't know, 18 hours. She's like, that's a lot. Tristan's therapist was like, have you considered like taking a walk?
Yeah, my therapist wants me to go outside.
Have you considered touching grass? Maybe I don't know.
I'm just like, have you listened to anything I've said the entire time I've been in sessions with you?
Yeah.
I don't go outside.
He's like sitting there and he's like, or my therapist was like, how is your gaming, all these hours of gaming, how is that affecting your relationships? I'm like, it's great. I get to do it with my best friend. He's my husband. He's fantastic. I'm having a fucking blast. What do you mean?
You're my best friend too, honey. Every day I spend.
I did a watchtower. I have, you know what, not nearly as much map opened up as I thought there would be, but fucking whatever.
I thought I heard another Lucky, but I think it's a song. Game restart? Game restart indeed, Pan.
Yes, Pan. Yes, we did. We beat the game, kind of. Technically, we beat the game. We defeated all the bosses, including all the bosses in the world tree.
We beat the end game boss, the end of the story.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what we're doing now. Okay, are you at my? Yeah. Okay, look at this. I would like you to observe our XP rate currently. I don't know if I'm showing it.
Cooking berries. Each berry I get 1 XP.
Look at our XP rate. It's 0.1.
It is glorious.
We considered doing 1, but then people were like, you know, even 1 time's really fast. I'm like, all right, fuck it. 0.1,
Yep.
lowest I can go. So I'm level 3, and I've already unlocked this much of the map.
We do not hate
And I have
ourselves.
6 pals. We don't. We love ourselves, and we love this game. We love this game, and we love feeling like we've earned shit, and we like feeling like, you know, like we get to explore, like with no fucking clothes on, because like What are you
They're too high
supposed
level to make.
Yeah, they're too high level to make clothes. It's so much fucking fun. It's great.
How are you doing, Pan?
Yeah, how are you doing, Ben?
How are you?
My mom just stopped by the YouTube server. That was nice. Not YouTube server. The fuck? Our YouTube stream. You explore nude? Hell yeah! Look at that.
That's the best way to hike in the wilderness.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's kind of what we're feeling yesterday. That's why we as soon as we logged on, we were like, well, actually, we didn't. As soon as we logged on, we discussed what it is we're going to be doing in the new playthrough.
Yeah.
And
We
then,
discussed yesterday they were like, yeah, we're gonna do a new playthrough.
so we were feeling that. Really, we were like absolutely there. So like, all right. So then today we're going to boss rush. We boss
Yeah.
rushed all the bosses in the world tree, which I want to tell you is not nearly as satisfying when you're max level and you've been max level for like
And you have
weeks.
like 60 hell souls in all your pals.
Yeah, it's not nearly as satisfying. You know, when it took you like fucking no time to do. You know,
That's a cool boss.
every time I level up now, I've already leveled up twice. I've leveled up 2 times, and both times I was like, I'm level 2. I'm level 3. You know, and I meant it. And I meant it when I said it.
And like, we've got to be pickier with our like technology points early on.
Exactly.
Because it ages to level up.
Yeah, I had put a point in weight, and now I'm running around with a Cativa to help me out with weight, and I put a point in stamina because hitting rocks was a pain in the ass. And
These
now,
Rushells are scary. They're level 10. They're gonna kill me if I go near them.
yeah, I caught a level 13 Herbie, and he had to be brought down to level 3. The poor little shit.
We're having so much fun.
We're having a blast, honestly. Like, this is way more fun than the other one was. But only because it's just like, we don't feel overpowered. Fuck, I'm cold! Flambell, come with me.
And we get that it's not for everyone.
No, we get that it's not
This
for
is
everyone.
us.
This is for us. Absolutely 100% this is for us.
I'm at the age of iron and I'm thinking of finding.
See, that's what I like. Those are the updates I like to see, Dino Shark. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for understanding. You're level 75, you've only done half the story. I truly believe it'd have been nice to have half the XP, but I can understand for people that don't grind on max all the time. Yeah. Especially since we play a lot. I can understand maybe one time's being fine for like a casual player or something, but we're not casual players. We're playing a lot.
People who like
Don't have a
follow
lot.
the story to a T, like they follow the main quest, and that's. If you do anything other than the main quest, you get overleveled so quickly.
Like if you just want to sit there and breed, if you just want to sit there and build, if you just want to sit there and go exploring or opening the map or whatever. We don't want to be max level just from doing these little things. And that's why we did what we did. Like right now, I can't jump down to that with my glider. Because like it's so simple, right? I can't jump down to my glider because I don't have one. I'm not high enough level to have a glider yet. Ooh. There's another watchtower over here. But I also want that schematic tower. You know, I can have
So this is what our like third playthrough.
Yeah. Since 1.0.
Yeah, since 1.0. The first one we stopped when we got to the world trip. The second one we got to the world trip and was like, oh my god, there's so much. We wasted so much time.
Yeah. Yeah, we realize that there's a lot of World Tree content. Yeah, it does. That was another thing we were talking to Psycho this morning, and Psycho was like, yeah, like we leveled so fast. Like one time being like so fast. And I was like, okay, yeah, we're gonna do 1.1. Because that's the only way we like it. I've got shit unlocked I can't touch without blasting through the store, and I didn't want to do that. Exactly! Exactly! And that's another thing, too. Is like, we were like, basically, if you went if you went based on the stuff that we had, we were probably like level, maybe, I will give us level 20. Maybe like level 20. But we've unlocked stuff all the way to like level fucking 40. You know? Like we're sitting there just getting into the metal and it's like offering us PAL metal shit. And we're like,
And then it's like,
So we
is
have to
there a
rush to
point
that.
building the metal stuff?
Yeah, and then we didn't even do anything. Now there's a point in everything because we're gonna be at each level for a while.
Yeah. Like, we literally got. I jumped from regular metal to hexalite gear again.
Yep.
And then at that point, the only reason I didn't jump to the next thing, which was ancient.
You jumped from metal to hexalite. I jumped from refined metal to ancient.
Yeah. The only reason I didn't jump to ancient armor was the AI cores and the Soralite.
Run, Flambell! You're never gonna win against the Depressos! Run! Where'd that watchtower go? Oh, there it is. Nice, go do that. Go, go, go. But I'm really happy. I'm really happy with this. And this is not something that we wanted to be like, okay, well, let's take our time getting through the rest of this. Let's build up a proper arm. We knew we didn't need it.
Yeah, we don't need to touch, like... We're probably not going to touch raid bosses until... Well, raid boss army breeding until we've gotten to the tree
Yep.
at least.
Yep, because we want the ancient hatchery. That's going to save us a lot of time there. But I am still going to work on, like, I'm going to breed some, like, good gardeners and good things for, like, I'm not going to work on raid boss breed or raid army breeding, but I am going to work on breeding because I do love breeding.
I'm probably going to focus more on hatching wild eggs rather than bred eggs.
That too. Tristan has his own challenge for himself. He's done his own personal challenge. Last time his personal challenge was no flyers, and he did a great job. He didn't use a flyer the entire time. And then this time, his challenge is going to be he can't breed a pal until he has caught it first.
Yeah.
That's his challenge. I'm not doing that.
Unless it's like a specific pal that, like... I don't think there's any pals that you can only get from breeding.
Lazy one. Good luck catching that shit.
I mean, it's a boss.
I know you do.
But yeah, like...
I see no flyers being fun. Yeah. You haven't used a water powder ride yet. I love the new breeding challenge. That's amazing.
Oh yeah, it's not like full-on no breeding.
It's just no breeding. And you can't like get more of until you've caught it the first time.
Like, I'm not gonna breed and get a seller's deer before I've even
Gone to Fay break.
gone, like... I think I got a seller's deer before I had even gone to the desert.
Oh, that's a good question. What are you gonna do if you accidentally get it through mutations? Maybe use it for breeding because it'll likely have the legendaries, but not use it itself.
I don't know, maybe? I don't know. It'll come up when it comes up.
We got plenty of time to think about it. It's nice. Basically, there's been so many times that we've raided out to people and we've seen everybody in their early game, and I've just been jealous.
The early game is, like...
So much fun.
It's so fun.
Like, I don't look at end game and think, oh my god, that's fun. I look at end game and think,
That's a grind. That's just grinding. All you're doing in end game is just grinding. I love you guys. I love how you play. I love you
too. See, this is another thing we were talking about. We've actually got people in our community who understand why we do what we do. Because some people are just like, oh, I don't hate myself. Not that. Sorry. Dino. This is not Dino. This is a jab at Dino specifically. Fuck you, Dino. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But, no, I do understand some people are like, I don't hate myself that much to restart. And
have the time.
they don't want to be on, like, the super low XP because it is a grind. But we love that grind. And some people do, and some people don't, and that's okay. Like, Dino's sitting in there like, oh, I don't hate myself so much to make myself really low XP. I don't hate myself enough to make myself really high XP. It's just the way people play.
Yeah. Also, what the fuck?
Hey, look, I found the... Oh, okay. Look, I have an easy out here. I have an easy out. Okay? I have it easy. Have it
Like,
easy.
I'm not leveling up from just making cloth.
Maybe I'll get lucky.
I'm getting 1 XP per cloth. That's nice. That's
Come back!
That's a nice amount
That's
of
fine.
XP.
I was never gonna get it. I was never gonna get that.
What are you trying to catch?
I tried to get a Mimog. But I tried to
God,
like,
give me
I tried to
something.
increase my chances a little bit by shooting it first, but it's so fast.
Oof.
You bought 4 new pals? Nice, nice. That's great. I was just using you as an example, Dino, because you're here and it's recent. It's a recent example of what I mean by not my jam. But also, what we're doing is not your jam, so that makes sense. Hi, Lucy.
I can understand if, like, someone's got a day job where they can only play this for, like, 2 hours and wanted to level up quickly and actually, you know, get to content.
Mm-hmm.
But this is happening.
This is what we do. We need more. More!
We want to make this our permanent career.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Streaming, not just Palworld. Although Palworld would be great. Like if we wind up being hyper fixated on this for the next 7 years, that's fine.
I'm excited to see what they do with more content in this game.
Mm-hmm. And you know they will.
Yeah.
Egg.
Egg. I can actually catch all the pals without leveling up a ridiculous amount and then feeling bad because
Yeah.
Aiko's 10 levels behind because I decided to go and catch everything.
Yep. Now we're at the same level because we're both slow as shit.
I just got to level 4.
Did you? I still not level 4.
I got to it from making, like, berries, I think. I had a bunch of berries. You get, like, 1 XP per berry you cook.
Oh, you're cooking, I see.
Yeah. Mostly just to give my my base pal a little bit extra food from its food.
Great.
Hikari, many more so you get addicted.
Right.
It's just such a well-made and complete game. There are bugs. The more they patch it, the more bugs there seem to be pop up, but especially with like server connectivity stuff. But overall, it's just a well-made game.
Oh, wait. Hey, get over here and help me. Help me make balls. Desperado. Now don't you come to your senses. Aw, Kativa's helping me mine. Thanks.
One thing that will be a thing we will have to deal with when we're playing on the server is there will be a slight amount of lag.
Yeah.
Just from not being on the other side of the world.
Oh, yeah, because our server right now is in Sydney.
Yeah. It's not an accident.
Where the fuck did you go? You ran so fast.
Bite me. Oh, never mind. I patched my boat.
Kativa was like, zoom, zoom.
Zoom, zoom. Okay, get that. Those guys are good.
Are you breaking shit?
Iron things. Didn't even make it. I just spoke that
Are you wearing clothes?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I need to level up again to be able to get the parachute.
Ooh, I love a blowhard. I need to get me one of those.
Ooh.
Eventually.
It's gonna be a while before we get them. Like, desert.
I'm so excited.
Desert's where we'll probably get them first.
The blowhard?
Yeah.
There was a Berloha by my base.
Oh, you got Berlohas over there?
Yeah.
Nice.
Purple rain, purple rain,
Maybe.
purple rain, purple rain. It's Muzzlehead, no. That's good. Oh wait, not the Berloha now. It's good if you're trying to get it to be a fighter. That seems like a strange fighter.
Yeah, yeah. Out of all the pals that could be a fighter, I don't think Berloha you'd ever want to be a fighter. Like, you could.
I picture that Berloha's like the type that's gonna be like, hey, let's get high.
Just chill at the base, getting high and getting the munchies.
Yeah.
Ranch Master Pup, right? Ooh, you could look at Wait, you're not breeding, are you? Oh, yeah, maybe.
I was getting ready to say something about oh my god, that's right. I need to go fishing for the I can't have a fishing boat.
When do we get the beginner fishing set?
Like 17, I think. I don't know.
15, yeah. We might get the schematic for the fishing rod before we get
So
to
now
it.
with every playthrough, I absolutely cannot get rid of a single pal until I have the glasses to see what their levels are. I know! I do the same thing too. I did the exact same shit last time, and I'm doing the exact same thing this time because it's like, what if I get rid of like the best pal ever?
What if you naturally caught 100, 100, 100? Or, well, I mean, less likely, but like all green would be more likely. That's a fantastic start in Wild Pal.
Can't even fucking compress. Exactly. Exactly, right? I completely get it. Finish up eating, probably gonna go rest. Good, good, good. Get some rest, Five. And thank you so
We're
much.
gonna stay very frosty.
Thank you so much for the sub. That means a lot.
Thank you very much, Five, for hanging out. And didn't you also get 50 biddies?
Yeah, if it got thrown, like, it is all in the calculator. I'm trusting it because it's Lumia, and Lumia seems a bit smarter than Stream Elements.
With how much thing goes up by.
It's
Yeah, the Stream Elements thing just seems iffy.
Get in my ball! Run! Run! Run, Kativa! Run! Fuck!
Run, Kativa!
Get on the ball! Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes! Okay, I got a dire health. Let's go, let's go. It's a Hydromaniac. I don't know what that means. Run, Kativa, run!
Load of the dragon on a chicken.
Run!
For your Pangolin.
No, I want that!
This Pangolin
I want that! Come back! Love me! Love me! Sorry.
Yep. That Pangolin definitely has an eye. A little sleep during the day. I love how you can tell if they have an eye.
I'm sorry. Terror. Run away, run away, run away. Okay, we're not getting a woolly pop. It's fine. It's fine. We don't need one right now. Run away. Get to her. Go help. 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 I don't want to die. Why did I try catching a woolly pop? This was terrible. It was not the woolly pop that are killing me, by the way. It's the dire wolves. Kativa keeping them away, which is nice. Okay, I've got distance. Thanks, Kativa.
It's honestly so wonderful. Not only just seeing new pan, but anyone from your community that comes over there. So awesome.
Everybody in your community is amazing. You've grown an amazing community. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah.
The woolly was not wanting my blood as much as the dire wolves did. I think the woolly was stressed. That's the whole whole purpose. It was just stressed.
It's called Lucky Alaska. Oh, Ooh.
Nice.
That'd be interesting.
I caught a lucky Alaska the other time. That bitch is huge, but really good at cooling.
Yeah, they wonder food people. I'm so grateful to have them. We're so happy.
Yes, we've been so glad to.
We're found people that are our people.
You guys feel like our people. We have such a good time
Nice.
hanging out.
Oh my god. Do you believe in me, my love?
Yeah?
I'm gonna do something potentially stupid.
Alright, good luck.
I've got 6 Pell Spheres and 4 Mega Spheres. I think I'm gonna die.
I forgot I had mega spheres. What?
Well, it just so happens that the German Tide boss isn't near where I am.
Oh my god. How are you over by the Jormantide boss already?
The island I spawned on is literally just around the corner from the German
I
Tide.
see. Is there an area to fix the fish?
The fish, the anemoe?
Fish the anemoe. I don't think you fish the these guys over here, the guys that are holding hands.
Yeah, the twins.
The twins, those are in the lavender fields. Fish them? I don't know if you can catch them.
Dino Shark is doing a no catch playthrough.
Oh, that's right. I don't know if you could fish them, but you might be able to. I don't know.
What's the database? Amione.
Whee!
You can get them from damp eggs, help recruiters. No, it doesn't look like you can fish them.
You're gonna break the rules to catch it. It's too cute. Okay. I leveled up. I am officially level 4. This is great. I'm going to increase my...
You can get them from damp eggs around the starting area.
Wait.
Sometimes I swear I hear a sparkle sound, but it's just the song. There's just something in the background that makes brain things sparkle. Damn, yeah. Yeah, if you go basically to the starting island area, from like the hill at the beginning all the way down to like the looking area on the map, around there. Get them.
Run away! I got a peach! I got a peach and a sparket!
Oh, nice! Level 55 Roman time. Helps in fact. Oh, no, I did it. Jump time. Let's go, come on. Come on, come at me, bro. If any of these hit me, I die. Stop squeaking. Any of your other attacks?
Oh, I love this. I love this so much. I'm level 4 and I'm trying to take on a level 12 bounty hunter. Or bounty. Go, Kativa. I believe in you. Set him on. Fuck, he's dead! Run! Run! Okay, I'm not prepared.
Okay, now I teleport away. I used all my balls and did not get the Jordan Tide. How expected.
Do you want to hear something funny, guys? I was asking if they wanted to hear something funny. You know how Kativa, like, increases your weight because, like, she helps you carry shit? Even when she's dead and you're carrying her dead body around for some reason. It still helps.
Oh yeah, do you like our new profile pictures, Pam?
I am. We're beautiful.
Ah, that was wonderful.
That was so much fun. You guys want to play some Jackbox with us later?
Oh yeah, we're gonna play Jackbox later if we get enough people that are wanting to.
Like, if not, if it doesn't wind up being the people who want to play Jackbox, we'll just keep on Palworld. But I mean, the idea is that we'll play Jackbox at some point today because we do like community games.
Two lunkers. Hi Lucy.
Hi, Lucy. Yeah, alright. Cool. Good.
Yeah, we just need, enough people to actually play. Jackbox isn't really fun unless you have minimum, I would say. Even with 4, some of the games aren't that fun. Like 6 is a good amount for Jackbox. 5, 6. Oh, was there a new Spider-Man movie then?
Yeah, I know. I saw what you said. Did you not see Lucy before?
Nope.
Oh, I'd seen him. I knew he was there. He was chatting about the Spider-Man thingy.
Oh. I've been blind.
Then he says, "Let's go." Notes, and then I see Iron Man.
Oh, that was Lucy saying stuff. I read Lucy's message. I just didn't process it as Lucy. I deserve that.
Here, he doesn't care about you. That's fair. Deserved.
How's that we being
I am Iron Man. Might as well, since this person wanted to see a lift monk. I had a lift monk. Now they want to see a dire howl. Guess I'll show them that too.
Pardon me, I borrowed one.
So what do you want? What do you want now? I don't have one of those.
It got away.
That called me incompetent because I ain't got a Tom bet. He said, "Wow, you suck." Oh my god, my poor bunny.
You know what else sucks, my love?
My bunny is stress napping. I don't even know what he's stressed about. He doesn't have anything to do.
No.
Oh, he's hungry. That's why he's stressed. Honestly, mood.
I missed the feed bag. Well, something else that sucks is a vacuum.
You are mad.
I am.
Hi, Brando.
Brando! Thank you for the positivity checks all the time, Brando.
I agree. But now...
Like, genuinely, Aiko sometimes gets into moods where, like, she needs a that. She needs aggressive positivity.
Me? No. I'm always positive. I'm positive that I'm always positive. 100% of the time.
So that's okay if you love kids. But thank you.
I'm locked in too. You know how hard it is to survive when you're running across the world at level 4? I tried to take on a bounty. That guy said, fuck your Cativa, and killed him. But if I die, I'm good. Because I got Herbie. And Herbie, he might look level 3 or level 4, but he's secretly level 13. I'm closed. Everybody, look at that. Look at that. I have closed. I am progressing way too quickly in this game. Time for us to swap it to 0.0001% XP rate.
Let's
Scrapping the
go.
world. Herbie is best. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, right? Even like way down the road, he's still catching your level 6 Neptilius. That's awesome.
That's why you're locked in.
We've made jokes about them, about like them being like good raid pals or something, but in actuality, they probably would be amazing raid pals.
The Neptilius or Herbies?
Herbies.
A Herbie army would be amazing. It definitely is not mid-max in, but like...
Who attacks level 4? What's mine? Seed, machine gun, and 1 cutter. He's currently level 4, I guess. Attack 125. I wish I could see his numbers. This could be a really shitty one. But to be fair, I saw this clip somebody posted on Reddit. They said that they took their tarantula with them all the way to the end. Like with them the entire fucking time that they played. And then by the time they finally got the PAL glasses, they looked at it and its stats were like 0, 1, 10. You know,
It was hilarious.
hilariously low.
Remember, I can not... Please have...
Oh, the glasses level attack is 4. Oh, I see. Oh my god, imagine if Herbie's is really bad. Herbie's was really good. I didn't get the glasses for a long time, but Tristan did. He got the glasses the first time, and I was like, I don't need those. And then he started looking at everybody, and he's like, oh, this is your Herbie's actually really good. Oh, and then it wasn't until he said, he wasn't until he hesitated on my Bushi Knocked. Because I was sitting there so proud of my Bushi Knocked. I was like, oh, he's such a badass, fucking love him. And then he's like, I was like, okay, well, what's my Herbie? He's like, oh, it's really good. Oh, what's this? Really good. Oh, that's really good. Okay. And then I was like, what about Ryuma? How's Ryuma? And he looks at him and goes, and I was like, oh fuck. He's like, yeah, no, your Bushi's shit.
I think I had like
Then I had to get the glasses. I had to start.
two of them were below 10, I believe.
They were bad.
And I had like 1 in 30. I think its health was in 30, and then the other 2, attack and defense, were below 10.
It was funny.
This place is so dumb.
Are we holding together?
Hi, Epic!
I'm great. How are you doing?
This place is so dark, and I don't know why. Is it because I changed my graphics settings? It's like the lighting isn't good. I don't know.
How are you doing, Epic? 17, 31. God, like, why?
Wow, that jumped the amount you got quite quickly.
Oh, no. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I have clothes now and a shield. I'm in golden.
Gonna be golden.
Hey, Tristan's got his own personal takeover there. You like my house? Do you guys love my house? I need to know. Okay, I'd like you guys to rate my house.
Something weird's going on with the light in here. Graphics.
10 out of 10.
Increase the shadows.
So 10 out of 10 house. 11 out of 10. Hi, Hop. I'm glad that they love my house. It's very house. It's very house. Look, it has bed.
I have no idea what your house looks like, but I love it.
Are you looking at my stream?
No.
You want to come?
I
You want
can't.
to come see it? You want to come see the house?
Oh my god.
It do be housing. It does. 10 out of 10. 11 out of
I've
10.
got that like 6 times bigger.
Why do you need bigger? This is perfect.
Because I got bed and chest.
Yeah, but I just have bed. That's all you need. That's all you need. Just bed. It fit bed.
Bed. Always the answer, never the question. Because the question, why?
Why bed?
Why? And the answer is bed.
It's very modern. You done with the cuddle cabin? It is the cuddle cabin, but I'll be cuddling alone because I don't know where Tristan lives.
That's another thing we're doing, is like we're not telling each other where we are.
He knows where I am, though.
Like we're not planning, like we're not gonna coordinate meeting up, but that means we can't join the guild until we stumble across each other.
Yeah.
I know the rough area she is, she knows the rough area I am.
I know he is around, like, here.
I know you're around the medial somewhere on the map. You think you might give up the challenge?
Why? You don't like it? Are you not having fun?
You know, having fun on 20 times XP?
20 times XP? Where you're getting everything?
Never.
Like, really easy?
Nambo, carry me.
Huh?
Defeat this Gamos.
I think. Go this way.
Why did you jump
I
back?
want to come over here. Because 70 seen and 31 got, and I can't catch them. What did you think? What was your goal? Was your goal to beat the bosses, or your goal to try and get all the pals without catching them? Or breeding them? Wait, no, because you were breeding them. Just have fun? Well, then do it. I mean, were you not having fun? Did you stop having fun because you can't catch them? That was
That's fine. More fun
that
is
was
just
the
a challenge
point.
if you're not having fun.
It was the point of your challenge. But yeah.
Gamos, go. Counter the Gamos. Kakiva, go.
That's why we boss rushed this morning and restarted our road, because we weren't having fun. You got the willy? Okay. It was specifically the immune thing, wasn't it? You just saw it, you're like, oh my god, it's so cute. How do I get that? And we're like, you can't. And you're like, well, fuck this challenge. You like Bad Girlfriend? I recommend The Darkest Days. I don't know if I like Bad Girlfriend. I don't know if I've ever heard them. Is that who this is? Puffles is adorable, I agree.
Oh my god. I have completed this dungeon. Fuck you, Gamos. Gamos and Gamos action, let's go.
I caught a Kelpsie. It was sleeping in the ocean. It's got muscle head.
I went through a level 13 dungeon, and that was an experience fight in the final boss.
Oh wow, what'd you get?
I got a vital look, so I'll actually take that. A vital remedy, I mean.
I was talking about the pal. Did you get the pal, or did you?
Oh no, I'm out of spheres.
Oh, was it? No.
Please don't chase me, Tombat.
I'm just kicking my desk all over the place.
Exited the dungeon and there was a Tombat waiting for me. It was level 14. Scary. Scarier than the boss. Ah. I'm running home. Running home.
Okay.
We just have a random playlist going, and it tends to be good music.
Yeah. I actually don't know what this is. Okay, have fun, Epic. Thank you for stopping by. Always feel free to come back.
Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Have a good day at work. Question mark? I think it was work.
I don't know.
I hope you drive safe or travel safely. See you next time. I missed a little bit.
Baka. It's not like I get lucky or anything. Baka. I don't even know if my face is doing it. My face doing the baka thing. I don't know, man. I gotta turn this back on. Oh, look at
How do I make cake? It depends on the kind of cake, but you need milk, you need eggs, you need flour, you need berries, and is that it?
what? Flour, milk, eggs, honey.
Honey and berries are the base
I
cake.
can't turn off my face. I'm lagging.
I can't feel my face when I
There we go.
am.
I have to disable my OBS. You need a base dedicated to ranching. Yep. Yep. We have dedicated base ranch. That's like the one base we share. The raid base is what we share, and that's literally just a base where we put the shrine thing.
And then maybe like a food base will also share.
Yeah. And then the ranch base. Oh right. I came to chop this tree. What do I need? What do I need for this? I cannot be myself. God damn it, can't build in here. Oh my god, I need 12 cloth and 2 ingots to make that shit? I mean, I will, but...
Good luck, Pan, with the popper and the taking of the out.
So should be right back. Alright, you. You little shit, where did you go? I want you to be on my family. On my family. Yep, that's what I meant.
I need more wood.
I need that jolt hog that just fucking ran away from... Rude! That just fucking ran away from me. Come here, come here, come here. I love you.
I love you too.
Okay, well, I also love this jolt hog.
You love the joke more.
No, no. My jolt hog has healing coach.
Oh, nice. Nice, that means it'll heal a bit faster when it takes damage, I guess.
I don't know. I don't know what healing coach means. But it says it's like yellow.
Yeah, I think there is a strategy. Good luck, Dino Shark.
You're like,
I think there is a strategy, like a raid boss strategy,
yeah.
to have strong towers, but you know their defense is low. So they die, but you have a a unit that basically takes them to a recovery thing.
Oh.
I've seen people talk about it, and I think if they have healing coach, they recover even faster. Okay, I'm making an old bow.
Gonna need you.
Oh my god. Mom broke something in the bathroom.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, spaghetti.
So, Valerie, my mother-in-law, she is off for the next 6 weeks. She decided out of all the time she could have taken off for 6 weeks, she was going to do it for our anniversary specifically. And only for that reason. It surely was not a coincidence. She was like, oh God, I'm really going to want to spend time with them for their anniversary. So I'm going to do it for 6 whole weeks. Yep. Yep.
I am up to the quest to go to the small settlement.
Oh. I already went to the small settlement. I just haven't gotten that quest yet.
I just got to the point that I could make the things of the stuff and the things.
Well, I still need to talk to the person near the Great Eagle statue. Wee. Ah, fuck, this was terrible. Terrible, terrible. Why did I do this? I have no stamina.
I got the parachute. Ooh, I need to catch a celery.
I've decided this dire hell, if I'm gonna die, this dire hell's going down with me.
Celery. Oh, this is a good song. A shabby celery.
Away. Just get back home. I'm a cannibal.
Gotta feel sorrow. I'm wondering why they're alive. Why they're alive. Okay, so how many do I need to be able to make the recipe I got? Hunting outfit. 3 ice water. Okay.
What is happening? By the bottle that you drink, the time that you're alone, all you do is think, I'm a cowboy. I'm sorry, I'm wanting, dead or alive. Such a good
We need to
singer. God,
celery
you guys are so lucky you get to hear my voice when I sing. So I'm just so fucking talented.
Oh, we love to just sing randomly.
And you get our own personal renditions of like the versions that aren't real and aren't actually words.
My favorite is not real words.
Damn it. Alright, well I'm set. What the fuck? How did you pull that off?
Nice, Domino.
I did. I accidentally caught a Cativa.
Nice.
I was wondering earlier, how can you accidentally catch a Cativa? Or how can you accidentally catch something? I know how now.
Now,
Well, you go throw a ball at something else while the other one's fucking stuck in the goddamn air. Apparently.
oh, that was close.
Get bought.
Dead or maybe alive.
Oh my god, I have something with service-minded now. Oh my god, I got 2 things with service-minded now. And I'm level 5. Are you level 5?
Nice.
Are you level 5?
I think I am.
God, I'm so close to being able to make a. I can make a glider.
Hello, Lovey.
Lovey.
Level 5 is when you get the glider, right? Yeah, I am. I am level 5.
Not a glider yet, but I will soon.
Yeah, we did restart new game with 0.1 XP.
Mm-hmm. See, I show. Proof. This is proof. And now I put away.
Other proof can be try to get berry. Berry no happen.
Also, the fact that I ran, like, you could see the entire world that I've explored so far. And I'm level 5.
Like the first fast travel point you get would get you to like level 3 at one time.
I don't have to read Castaway's journal too, it looks like.
I already read that one. But you can if you want. But yeah, how are you, Lovey? I hope you're doing good. I know you were here earlier, but
That one time probably already.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's not just like one time. It's not just 0.1 on like certain actions. Like you get a decent amount of XP at normal XP rates from cutting down trees, from mining. You get literally 1 XP occasionally when you run a tree.
Nice.
1 XP when harvesting a berry bush.
We're honestly having a great time. I
It's
love being level 5. It sounds like
Only
that sounds
actually
incredibly
yes.
sarcastic, but I swear it's not.
We are having a blast. We can actually use the early game things.
Yep.
Welcome back, Hammond. She has successfully won against Doggo. I didn't realize how early you got ranch. You get the ranch at level 5.
Mm-hmm. I could go back and put my crevice in it. And my chicken that I now have.
Yeah. Where did these cows just go? They were literally right there. There they are. I'll try and catch a cow.
Oh, where'd I have to do that?
Rosarina. Nice, caught a cow. With a
Read
cow.
Relux, Flex, Source, and T-Pant. What's that get? Or are you just random?
It probably is worth getting a celery, my love.
Oh.
Because it means you no longer take full damage.
Ew, I don't need to do that. I'm gonna have a glider.
Yeah, but you run out of stamina sometimes with a glider and, you know, plummet to the ground. It also enhances the glider. Makes it a bit faster. Not much. Just a little bit. I need some more wood. Chop the tree, chop, chop, chop the tree.
So, okay. So it says pick up falling stones. But there's like a space in between the E and the S. It's really weird.
Pick up what?
Like, come here. Come here, look at this. Look at the
Why is
space.
the ice so far away?
I don't know.
Cool thing you can do with that is literally drop a rock and pick it up.
It counts that I just took it out of my thing.
Oh yeah, that probably counts. But yeah. Bunny, can you help them? Yeah, you know. I know I mentioned like, oh, we could do like 0.1 times XP, like minimum XP, as like a half a joke when I mentioned it, but this is so much fun.
Oh my god, I shit on fire. So stupid.
This girl is on fire.
Change huge.
Can't even. I've never seen the cat even before.
What?
Just it running over to go to a job. I got a good stare at it, and it looks so angry when it's running. Like, how dare you make me do this? You stop for now? That's
Take a break.
I hope it was
Satisfying. Hope you enjoyed it.
satisfying why it lasted. Okay, let me get right now. Oh. Amy. Come in.
You can. I mean, my multitasking just means I'm hitting 2 trees at once.
Do I get the thing? We've hit the level 7 to be able to assign Pal's jobs. And they're just gonna do whatever they feel like.
Yeah. I mean, that's why my Kativa's over there hitting a rock.
I have some cows on the ranch, just, you know, chilling.
Trying to build a ranch.
It takes ages, and I love it. Doing everything takes
I
ages.
know. I just have to get the fiber and the wood.
I built my first shack like on the edge of like a forest. It's got like a one metal node in range, and the rest is just there's some trees, a couple of rocks.
This is where I'm expecting my base to stay. So I want to take progress pictures of like how it evolved.
Yeah. Have it make like a time lapse.
No. I'm gonna like start here.
Shit, cool idea.
Be my first picture right there. That look beautiful.
The Anubis mutated you a Selen. Oh.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
Ooh, that is awesome. Was it just, what, 2 Anubises you were breeding? That's cool. I love the mutation feature.
I didn't see or catch my first Selene until I went to the World Tree. I'm ready to go to Pocket Pair, whatever they're called. I'm ready to go to them now and tell them that 0.1 XP is too much.
Please reduce.
Excuse me, I leveled up at least 5 times in one day. Too quick, too quick.
I want this to be just like real life.
Yep.
Surely will. This is good. I genuinely may as well have this right here. There's no advantage I have to have it inside like this. I can have it right next to the ranch and it heavily shortens the travel time.
Oh,
Yeah.
which is the better Lambo? I guess this Lambo who... Oh wait, no, we want the Cremis, that's right. And then... Kelpsy, get your ass in there. And, Jolt Hog, yeah, get your ass in there. Yep, that's what I wanted. Yep, thanks. Chicken.
Does the partner skill count for boss raids? Depends if they're a base or in your party. If it says in base, it'll count if it's in the raid base. Like in the raid arena as not your party pals. Nice, just help your family move some furniture about.
Healing Coach, player auto health regeneration rate plus 5%. That's what Healing Coach does.
Yeah, it's basically just like if it says while in party, it has no benefit to no partner skill that activates while it's in the base in the raids. I think there are a couple that do have like while at base does something that Pantherless, I believe, becomes just like a friggin' raid bomber. Just a giant aerial bombing station. But there's not many that actually get boss. It's just the raw stats you wanted for your raid pals.
Finding a level 2 transporters. I meant to put the Cremis on there, shit.
Remy.
Damn it. Now I have to decide, do I want the Chickapee, the Sparket, the Flambell, the Kelpsy, or the Cremis? I think I won't do the Chickapee right now. The other ones benefit me a little bit more sooner.
Oh, lift monk. Oh no.
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
Ew, fuck off. Alexa, stop. I just woke up. I just woke up like 5 hours ago.
You just had your morning meds as well, as you can't have them too close to your nighttime meds.
Yeah. That's true. I did just kind of have my morning meds.
Take your nighttime meds.
No!
Our schedule's gonna be a mess, but we do need to try and keep on top of our meds.
I know.
Um,
It literally needs to just be take your meds when you wake up.
Yeah.
Take your nighttime meds before you get to sleep. That's what it needs to be.
Oh, Lucky Bell! Lucky Bell! This way, somewhere. Oh, there's a syndicate camp here?
Oh my god, I've already got 2 electric organs and 1 aquatic pal fluid. I am on top of shit today, babe.
Nice. Oh my god.
What?
It's a lucky cow.
I want a cow.
I want the lucky Muzira.
Mazzarina.
Mozzarina. Mozzarella.
I want a cow.
Oh my god, it's level 16.
Like you with your ADHD medication. We all need to be more on top of our shit. Do you look like a lady? Do you look like a lady? Do you look like a lady? Do you look like a lady?
Glad I moved you. Why does Mozzarina... this person... I love dragon breath. This cow is not dragon.
I have a Guma. The dragon killer. My Gumas is coming for your cow. What?
My poor Labo
What happened?
got one shot
By a cow?
by a cow. Don't have a cow, man. Okay. 24%. Come on. Yes!
Nice. And you said it was a lucky one?
I got the lucky... Oh, it's got bottle in the stomach.
Oh, jeez. I mean, to be fair, cows have 4 stomachs.
True, they do have 4 stomachs. And they're always in a constant state of eating, pretty much.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh my god,
I
look at everybody's so tiny and everybody fits on the beds.
I want this body and I want to end my farm ASAP.
What?
A Mao wrist.
Oh my gosh,
The
nice.
rescue of my camp.
Nice.
That is money printing.
What did I rescue from the camp? Oh, I rescued the Sparket. You look like a lady. Let me do me all night. The other cheek, dear. Do me.
God, honey, you're on stream.
Babe, oh my gosh. They can't see. Lucy likes a fuck. Oh, no. Oh, I like it.
Oh, never mind. That's even better. The mouth wrist ice organs.
Yeah. And money.
And money?
Yeah.
It just says ice organs.
Oh, does it?
I know the Mao is money.
Oh, okay, maybe I got confused. Okay, well, I've got electric organs, fire organs, wool, and pal fluids going, so.
I've got eggs, milk, wool, and ice organs now. Although there's not really much point in having eggs. I'll keep the milk, so that's
Look like a lady.
3-star rank. That's a level 3 rank.
Look like a lady. Look like a lady. I have 5 eggs. Now, I'm just gonna say this to myself and hopefully nobody listens so they don't know where I'll be. I'm just gonna go give this farmer special dish to the person who needs it, wherever that may be. Hopefully I don't run into anybody while I'm there.
She thinks I'm paying attention. I mean, not paying attention. Oh, God. To be fair, I don't think I can get the way it goes. I need more storage. More chest.
It doesn't make any sense. How could you not get there?
Hmm?
How could you not get there? Thought you already been there.
Do what, a small settlement? No.
Oh. Fuck me, never mind. The song that's playing right now?
I've been close to it. I can actually get there. No, I mean, they're definitely.
Eek. This was unplanned.
Oh, you're here.
Well, I came here because I had to give turn in the reward. Yes. Yay. Hopefully we can have 2 bases because I don't know. Hi, Mayo.
That's a lucky daydream. Do you want it?
Yeah, where is it?
Right by these people. Right here. Right here.
Oh my gosh.
Hello, Mayo.
Come here, bitch.
Hi, me.
Come here. Yes, bitch. My
That's
first
gonna
luck.
be
And it's got
good.
farmhand. And I got an applied watering handbook.
That's gonna be really good.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this 1 star as well. It's at least 1 star. It could even be 3 stars.
I'm gonna see where else I live. Oh my god, I did not think you lived over here. Apparently I was wrong about where I thought you spawned.
Hmm?
I was wrong about where I thought you spawned.
I moved down an island from where I was.
Yeah, but I thought you lived like to the south.
Oh no. Hey look, lift monkey cavity. My first one. Actually, I think it's my second one. Hello, worry
Your lucky color, your lucky pal color mod is not always functional. That's fine. We were talking about that earlier today. How, because Milky was asking if they had shinies in this game. We said, well, they have lucky, so it's kind of like it, but you can add a mod to have them change their color.
They're just bigger and sparkly, but they lose their sparkles once you catch them.
But they're just like that. Rat mowers.
Fun fact, my bleach plant is meant to be blue, but she is not. Oh,
Bleach plant.
who's the bleach plant? Oh, there will be? That's awesome.
Oh, that is nice.
I have no idea what their roadmap is. Don't know if you know this yet, but if you condense the power with any amount of stars, I'll count into the power you condense.
Yep.
So to say yes.
Yep. Doesn't mean I want to compress a 100 though.
If you just have a lot of junk, you can compress them up to like level 4 to save space.
Mm-hmm.
But technically, you're losing 1 if you compress them to level 4. So if you want to be the most efficient,
Only compress 23. Well, up
20.
47.
With 23. Yeah.
Mhm.
47 total into one. I'm actually curious. Have they released a roadmap?
I don't know. Welcome to our humble village. We may be a small settlement, but feel free to stay for as long as you'd like.
Okay.
Don't be startled by
Well,
the various
no.
pals you may see. Maya, we restarted at 0.1 XP.
Yeah. We are on 0.1 XP. We beat the game. I mean, well, we beat the story.
Yeah.
Let me get a big. Can I just give up words?
Dude, mood.
I flubbed in our vowels, so you expect it.
Yeah, final boss is cool. That is the final boss was really cool. Yes.
Final boss was really cool. We were just way too strong.
Yeah, it wasn't challenging. Yeah, we were like, oh my god, I want one. Hey, babe.
Hey, honey.
Welcome.
Hey, I have found the set.
I now have to go back. I want to get my daydream.
I need to talk to this person.
Looks eerily like a real Monster Hunter mountain, but it's one I like, so hey.
Nice. Yes, the massive tree off in the distance. Yes, the tower. Yes, hello. Yes, cool.
Yeah, I skipped over them.
Boy, I died.
No, come back. No, come back in my pocket.
Come back. You can blame it.
Farming work suitability +1. Doesn't even have any, but you know, +1 sure. My gosh, it's so big. Do you like my house, Mayo? I built it myself. Hold on. I've been working on my building techniques, and I think this is a masterpiece actually. And if you want to copy it, it is it's quite complicated to build really. You are of course going to need to unlock your wooden furnishing stuff. So
That's pretty late game research,
it's
though.
pretty late game. You have to get all the way up to level 2, which could take a while.
I love you.
Me too.
I have never met someone I mesh as well with, just on like a person, like a person-to-person basis as Aiko.
So I bet you be.
Yeah, like best friends or something. Oh my god.
Don't. Now I have to craft at a Palworld workbench. Excuse me. You act like I'm rich.
You know?
No, I'm just saying, look. I'm getting quests. And I can't even unlock the Palworld workbench yet. Until the next level.
What the hell is that, Herbie?
What?
Ace swimmer, infinite stamina, ranch master, positive thinker.
That is a very happy Herbie, okay?
That is a
My
very...
Herbie has no passive skills. He is exactly as you see him. No thoughts in that head.
You posted a picture of your bleach pal?
What is the bleach pal? Is that the Sylvance? I picture Sylvance. Hold on, I want to see. Ugh.
Same. That's a food.
But not Sylvance.
House of Palworld. What is this? Oh,
Oh,
Snowdrop.
oh,
That is
lucky,
so
because of the
cute.
color, the lucky color thing. Okay, I see.
Is that Petalia?
I see.
No,
It
it isn't.
is. It's
It
Patel.
is the regular Petalia. Oh, that is so cute.
That's awesome.
Is that what she's supposed to look like when she said it wasn't working? Or is it...
No, I think that one's the one she said. Uh, oh, oh,
Oh, yeah, meant to be blue, but texture. Yeah.
I see. I thought it was meant to look like that. Although I did have to reread the very functional Lucky Pow color mod as with sarcasm.
For some reason the icon is correct, but the 3D model is not.
I have to go get more wood because I need another ranch. I have too many ranch pows so far.
It's probably just like just a small mistake in the code. They just made it. Oh my god, my love.
Yeah.
Can you please make me submaster so I can actually access my own chest?
No. That's fine. Yeah, I'll do that. Fine, I guess. Whatever. I promoted you, but then I didn't change the guild settings to allow Submaster people to do that. Yeah.
Now can I put my stuff away?
There you go.
Will I avoid wild egg true? Probably. Until a certain point.
I'm not. That's why we have separate bases. Helps everybody stay organized. That, and I like being able to go visit him and see his cool shit that he's built.
My
Or
base is
chaos.
your base, but a little bit bigger. That's it. Same house design, just bigger. I've got windows.
Bougie. Imagine having windows.
It says that the person made it for use in the personal circle with friends, so it's never been for a wide audience. Oh yeah. Totally fair.
I know, right? I was shocked about the windows.
Yeah, operating windows.
Herbie, if you stand there, you're gonna get hit with an axe, even though it's broken. To fix my axe.
Let me make.
I hope fixing my axe doesn't mean I can't build another ranch.
I need more wood.
I have never had to repair the stone weapons so much. Or stone tools so much.
It is nice.
It's great.
You can literally go through a regular playthrough without repairing anything.
Mm-hmm.
You just get actually primo before you'll need to do that, and that thing just stops weapon degradation.
Yeah, let me just go get that. I'll just go get the Tetris Primo from the fucking World Tree.
Freaking Daybreak.
Oh yeah.
Daybreak Alpha. Can we post some Luckies that have correct texture and I feel like I've made fun of the mod too much? No, it sounds like a good mod from what you've
Yeah, I know a lot of people have played with it online.
I think I'm gonna avoid. I'm definitely gonna avoid the breeding panel for a while.
I'm not. I mean, I'm gonna avoid it for as long as it takes me to get there, so that's gonna be a while, but you know what I mean. I'm still gonna do things at the level, at the level that I'm at. I like breeding. I don't want to take that away from myself. I just want to do it I want to feel like I earned getting there, you know?
What have we enslaved since you've been gone?
All these things.
Oh no, it removed my
Chicken.
house.
Ow!
Cow and chicken.
had chicken, mommy had a cow. Dad was proud, he didn't care how. Cow. Down, 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 down. Chicken. Down, 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 down. Cow, chicken. Down, 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 down.
This is my wife, everyone. I love her very much. I still think to this day I've never caught a cow with like a farming work suitability increase on a cow that has farmers work suitability. I need to get.
My flambell is doing something. There you go.
My flambell.
Like the model, thank you, thank you, thank you. We love them.
These models are friggin' phenomenal. Absolutely,
I
like
love
just
them.
perfect.
Well, now, for the ones that actually work, don't ask me why the Swee is awakened. I do not know.
What? An awakened Swede? What?
The Swee is not a very pretty color, in my opinion. I'm not a fan of those colors. I will say the Nightwing looks pretty cool, but and the Bunny looks pretty cool, but the rest I don't like.
What?
The Swee looks weird. I'm glad you like it though. You're starting another world, but it would be randomized. That sounds fun. Do it to it, man.
Oh yeah, we plan on doing a randomized world at some
At
point.
some point. Not this time.
Maybe in 84 years.
I need 2 ingots, babe.
And
How am I supposed to make my bunny ears?
well, there is a way you can get ingots.
How?
You go across the pond from your base to Sakadorima and you kill some bushies.
Whew. It's gonna be tough. I think I'll pass. Do they really drop ingots?
Yeah.
What else drops ingots? What else that's like not accessible for me?
I don't think anything that's accessible at this point drops ingots.
Let's find out.
I think we got some things that drop ores. Hika! Hello,
Hika! Okay, if I go to material and I click on ingot, Bushi and Bushi knocked. That's it. Seriously? Wow. Well,
Flame organs. How are you doing, Hika?
I mean, it's an option. It's just right there. Or I can come over here and do that one.
Oh wait, no, there's a lift monkey.
Yeah, let's go.
go. How was your sleep, Hika?
This is going to be a terrible.
We doing good. I played Palworld for the first time. I said, oh, yeah.
Are you in love?
I think Lucy mentioned that you were addicted to it. Yeah, it was good. So is this gonna eat up the rest of your life? I'm addicted. Move over, TCG.
Yeah, it's a problem, but a good problem.
It's a problem everyone should have. This game should be #1 globally. Oh yes, I need to make sure to get all the cabin mushrooms.
They aren't the best screenshots? No, I got that. You don't have to tell me, I know.
We share the crippling addiction.
Yes.
Is it really crippling when I don't use my legs anyway? Wait, that means I'm crip.
I love you, Mayo. I'm gonna do something stupid. I'm gonna do something real fucking stupid, guys. I'm gonna do something real stupid.
I do not remember the last time I felt like this about a game.
Okay,
Maybe Dark Souls.
okay. Okay,
Maybe Dark Souls. Yeah.
okay, alright.
Grandma. Oh no.
Going
Genuinely, Pokemon have flopped on basically every game since like Fallout. Since like
I know exactly when I felt like this about a game.
I don't know.
It was when the extinction drop was about to come out.
Oh, with R.
Yeah.
Eat my wooden club.
Don't look at me! No! I've made terrible decisions in life. No!
I'm out of ammo in my bow already. I need to loot more junk piles. I'm gonna take a screenshot of how else we do it.
I know.
Motion blur in the game or just from like it being a movie?
No.
Ooh.
There's a chance.
Is this gone? Are you okay? Did you just die? Are you okay, Aiko? Did you catch a Bushi?
Uh-huh.
You called Bushi from Sakadorima?
No.
The boss?
Uh-huh. I caught a level 25 Bushi. I'm level 5.
That is massive. Oh my god.
He didn't even give me iron, though.
This is the boss.
Oh, yeah.
You got the boss materials. Oh my god. That's... Yeah, you're set for your pal with damage now. Hello, sir?
Hello? Hello? Sir? I'm sorry. We have a sir at the door. Excuse me. my head is stuck. There you go. Hello? Hi, sir. Welcome to the room, sir. Oh my god. Okay, so Bushi is one step away from my favorite pal in the game, which is Bushi Noct.
Which Bushi not requires a Bushi
Yep.
and
And a
that's
Sootsier.
not-
And a Sootsier.
Oh, Sootsier.
Yeah.
Ah.
I'm so happy. I'm so fucking happy. I lost my T-Fant and I lost my Dire Howl, but I survived.
I bet you can guess my favorite pal. I'm gonna imagine it's a fox of some kind. Maybe a fox box.
No, I'm guessing not the Foxbark, it's Foxicle.
Foxicle? It could be Foxicle.
For sure Foxicle, no way.
I don't know if he has gotten up to Foxicle. No.
Maybe. I don't know. Well, I mean, like, if she's playing on 1 times, then it could be, she could be level 30 by now.
Sekman.
Oh.
Taketh thine head.
Gooner. Why is my attack down? Oh, because I'm hungry.
We will judge you for this. I know what you are. Whenever I browse the Palworld or Reddit, it's just like anytime someone says Sekman's their favorite pal,
Fucking
it's just like I know what you are is like the top comment below. This may Bushi and this may not. Oh, Bushi.
Oh my god. And, oh, would you like to know what my Bushi has? What passive it has?
Oh, it got a passive. What kind of passive?
Swift.
Oh,
Yep.
ooh, that is really nice.
Oh, it's a girl Bushi.
Oh my god.
She's like, I feel so underleveled.
Current army of Sekhmet. Sekhmet currently is the most fostered handiwork and mining power index.
Hmm. I'm just, I just have to sit. I just have to sit for a minute because, like, I feel so happy right now.
I'm glad. I'm glad you're so happy.
Look at him go.
How much XP did you get from that? What level are you?
I'm level 6 now.
You're still level 6?
No, I just got to level 6.
How close to level 7 are you?
311.
Dang, that's a decent way into it.
Yeah. Yeah, he was really good XP. Oh, and he's level 25. I defeated my first boss. I'm so proud. But the thing is, do you know how often I feel proud about defeating a boss in this game? Almost never.
Very often.
Like, that was cool. I was never gonna kill him. I was not doing the damage to kill him at even close. I had to catch him, and I only was able to catch him because of the mega spears I kept finding on the ground. But look, I don't have to chop my own trees no more. She loves it. It's like her favorite thing in the world to do. Paldium fragments. Shit. Oh, it's fine. Oh, there's one. Well, 2. There we go. Done.
No.
Look back.
There we go.
Katifa's running from so far away, like, I'm coming to help! By the time he gets here, it's gonna be done. Should I name my Bushi, guys? It's a girl. And it's not knocked. So, my Bushi knocked, I name Ryuma, and it has to be male. This is a girl Bushi, and it's not knocked.
Tashigi.
Tashigi? Okay. Okay, so I have to remember how to spell that. Can you spell it for me?
Tashigi.
Tashigi. Okay.
We're not One Piece nerds. What are you looking at, huh?
Both Ryuma and Tashigi. I need more Paldium fragments so I can make the Fox Spark saddle.
Brook is a
Brook is a boy. Brook is a boy.
Brook is an old man.
Although I could see getting a Tsutsir named Brook.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I could see. Oh my. The Tsutsirs are 100% Brook coded. He gets all like ghostly and does his weird little thing, you know? When he tries to be spoopy.
Exactly.
I'm debating. Okay, so Lovey, I have a question. Is Lovey still here? Why not?
Pre-killed lobby.
Dinosaurx 557.
Hemp
I crave
is
blood.
on the way, dear. You crave blood?
No, that's fine.
Glory is indeed the name of peak masculinity.
I agree. I agree.
beer flurry.
That's totally fine. I mix it up from time to time. I'll just name them fucking whatever. I don't give a shit. I just meant like there's certain ones. There's certain ones I'm a little bit more picky with, and Bushi's gonna be one of them. Just the way it's gonna be.
I'm sorry for anyone who hates burps, but I do that a lot. That one snuck up on me and hurt.
Kelps, he's a slacker.
One more lemon on. Crystal and Crimson are also peak masculinity. They are.
Look how cute he's, babe. This is exactly what needs to happen. All the pals need to be small at the base because they all fit on the bed.
They do. They really do.
That's so cute.
I turned around and looked and saw a giant Ganbuzera. Moozarina.
I want to see your cow. Hold on, come. I'm coming to your base.
Come on, go. Hey, cat. You wanted to be between my legs to make a scratch your butt? They would be to your left when you load in.
Oh my lord! That thing is chunky boy. Right under the butt. Oh no. Oh no. It's good shots to have all dark types of their naturally built insomnia. See, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But if you don't, you can still give them insomnia with the surgery table.
Dark type base pals are fantastic because.
But I still like, even if they're not sleeping, I still like them to be small. You're making a tundra outfit. You got a tundra outfit? Oh, you got a thing? Or
Yeah, I got a recipe for it.
I was about to say, like, you're level 9.
This is an uncommon tundra. I also got a recipe for a
Would you like to behold my Bushi or my Bushi?
Oh, thanks for the help, Bushi.
He's helping.
Oh.
She's helping, sorry, my bad. Yeah. What level am I? 5. Wait, 6. 6. I'm level 6 now.
The biggest thing about this is the attack pop S level 1.
Is it? Nice.
If you want to craft it, actually, do you want one?
Yeah, sure, why not?
The craft one. I mean, I'm crafting mine, so. No, I'm level 6.
I have lots of cloth. But I'm trying to save up for bunny ears. So, I just need 2 metal, and I'm good to go.
That's what you want in the metal for.
Yeah, for bunny ears. I don't have my bunny ears.
There you go. I'll have to in a moment, just some inventory stuff.
Oh, you're good. No. No, he's not level 9.
I just hit level 7 from crafting the cloth.
I see you're wearing an earring.
I am. You can craft that as well if you want.
You have a recipe for it?
Yeah. It is also green, I believe.
Oh no.
Right, the other funny number.
No. Refuse.
Hate.
We were at a table yesterday, and we were at the table L9 or something. I don't know if you know the L9 upside down is 6-7, and we were like, nah.
No, I couldn't.
No.
It was a very weird looking 7, but it wasn't a 7. Why am I hearing? Am I doing something like that? I don't know if I was hearing someone building something outside.
In the real life?
No, in the game. Like just out by my ramp. Did I place anything out there to be built? I don't know. There you go, my love. Oh, I did!
What?
Very, very far. I need a,
Ah, I see, I see. That cow is so huge. Where am I exactly? There's cows around here, y'all. Kind of like this way. Let's go get a cow, guys.
Efant, that's a sadist. Let's go, perfect base water.
Brandish blade. I know that last time I had a Bushi, its ability was Iagiri, but now it's Brandish Blade.
Oh, they might have renamed it.
Why the fuck do you have Icicle Cutter and Wind Cutter? What weird abilities you have?
It's just feeling it.
Bushi's so strange. Just say my name, it sounds so sweet. Coming from the
Yeah, I think one
depths
nothing has to be the funny number. It's a perfectly good funny number. Agreed, Maya. We don't need more funny numbers.
Oh god. I have a Gigas.
Be nice to your people.
I have cow. Sadist cow. My cow's sadistic.
My Efant wants blood. He's treating those crops hard.
This new cow is a logging foreman. What about this cow? I love my Bushi. I will love my Bushi knocked more later, but that one's a heated
Always
battle.
a favorite child.
Look, look. You're not wrong. I have nothing to say beyond that. You're not wrong. Ow! Rude! Bitch.
I need one more lemon order.
You hoe! Sorry, not you. I'm almost dead. I have an ectodeer that is farmhand. Fantastic. That's what I wanted. Bushi's not a hoe. No, Bushi's not a hoe. The ectodeer that I was getting attacked by was a hoe.
Santa?
Look at me. I'm almost dead because that ectodeer kept hitting me. My Bushi's awesome.
I want to take this Lamble to the end.
Okay. That's weird, but okay.
And I want to give it every active skill in the game that it can get. Does your lucky daydream have a nickname? Nightmare.
My lucky daydream does not have a name. Do you have any suggestions? Well, that's what I said. It does not have a name. Do you have any suggestions? That cow has mercy hit. I'm so glad that cow has mercy hit. I was worried it was going to start killing things by accident.
Okay. That's fine. Technology, I want. Yeah. Ooh, yes. Use to get
Noble. Insulated body. Unstable.
Maya wants to know the pronouns of your daydream.
Give me a minute, I'll check. Female, Famale.
Famale, Incantata Male. I love that Zero.
What?
It's got dragon breath. So whenever anything comes near the base, it just runs out of the farm and breathes dragon fire.
Female. And that just pronounced like Famale. Oh, really? That's beautiful.
Tamale. I am easily.
I have a cloth outfit 2 schematic.
Ooh, that would also give the damage.
Rare. I don't know what it gives yet.
Probably.
Molly isn't a bad name. She's not fitting, but it's cute. I mean, she doesn't look like a tamale.
Have I had tamale before? I don't know if I have.
I have not, but in my defense, they look gross to me.
I don't think I've even seen a tamale.
Meteorite descent in progress. What's
Ooh.
around here?
It probably the Xenobeters. Yeah, around here will be the Xenobeter.
Alright, I'm just gonna check it out. Plum? Alright, that's a good name.
Plum is cute.
Plum is very cute. I like it. I will absolutely name her Plum right now. Did I get rid of her skills? No skills for you, bitch. Plum. I like it. My only rule, if you're going to come up with a name, is do not try to name it after yourself, because if you want that, you have to do the redeem thingy. And you only get one of those. And you know that.
Your Plum is cute.
Although I know that, like, Maya would love to be the daydream. As it is her favorite.
My Plum.
Oh.
What is this even overlapping with? Is there an invisible tree here?
No. But the Elphedronach was still very cute, too. The reason I need to talk to Lovey is because I realized that I restarted the world without uploading her to the global PAL box. And I was going to give her either a choice. She can either be this goo moth that I got here.
Ah, Lovey is live currently.
Okay. She can either be the goo moth that I caught, or I can give her a free egg. She'll get a free new egg because I forgot to upload her. That's on me, not on her. Hello, Arsox. How are you doing, buddy? I could really use you to breed with a chillet.
I cannot open you.
No, go back. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Ah! Still.
Plum is a strong, independent woman who don't need no Mayo. Sometimes when I see your name like glance Mayo, I just ignore it. I'm like,
I have a waterproof I have a waterproof Arsox now. I'll be able to breed that Arsox with a chillet. And guess what I will get?
Our socks with a chillet will give you a.
Uh-huh.
Isn't that a boost?
Uh-uh.
No. Two seal? No.
Uh-uh. This one seems a lot more straightforward.
Our socks with a.
Chillet.
Chillet.
A chillet with a fire pal will give you.
Aedragon. Aegadron.
Could not possibly be a chillet Ignis, babe.
No. I completely forgot that one exists.
It's on my list of pals.
It's okay, Mayo. It's because Aiko hates me and wants to, make me unable to be heard.
I'm sorry. I'll stop talking.
No, I don't mean like that.
You hate me.
Let's go quiet on your stream. He doesn't let me.
Are you really quiet though?
I don't know, actually. I think it depends on that.
No, the Innovators killed Tashigi! Run!
No. I sometimes at a glance read your name as Mayo when it's just when it's not Mayo. Not your Twitch name, the full name. And Discord.
Is he? Okay.
Am I very quiet? Oh my god.
Alright, let me.
I'm being oppressed.
I got this.
Dinosaurx 550 said L want war.
I literally can't turn you up anymore.
Proud of you.
Check your thing to make sure you didn't get muted, because nobody else has had issues hearing you.
Am I? Okay, my mic coming through. Maybe I'm just being quiet. Am I just speaking quiet here? Or is my... No, my volume is fine.
Vanish, your name is spelled M-A-Y-O.
It's only just at a glance because I think I've got mild dyslexia.
So you say that, but do you know what I think of when I see her name?
What's that?
Meow.
Yo.
Meow.
Race car. Meow.
Meow.
I love that. Meow.
Guys, we only have 21 minutes on the clock. You should throw us some gift subs to give us more time.
Oh no.
It's a subathon, guys. We need to know how this works. We're gonna have to stop streaming. We're gonna have to stop streaming.
I know what the punishment is. We return to ping goobers.
Yeah, I guess we could.
No seeing the models.
So the attack up on the rare piece is 2. What is the attack up on what I'm wearing?
On the common it will be 1.
Yeah.
You got a rare outfit?
Yes, I did.
Ooh, the rare. Oh, the basic outfit, but rare.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it still has +1 cold resistance.
It will, which will be enough to negate the outer city. Like, please stop logging these streams. I mean, it's okay if you want to log them, but
I think we'll do that. If we run out of time and nobody has donated, we'll just switch to our pink tubers.
it's simply because we just want to keep playing this game.
Yeah. And at the very least, if we do that, we have less lag.
We will have less lag. Guys, people having money sounds impossible. In a way, it'll help us, but also, like... please don't. I like this. I like this. Bum, 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 bum. I'm gonna do this to myself.
What? What'd you do to
There we
yourself?
go.
What'd you?
I am.
You put yourself in trash.
I put myself in trash.
Are you just like more comfortable in the trash can?
It is my armor. It protects me from danger.
I think you just don't like your shoulders.
Huh?
You just don't like the outfit I designed.
I absolutely love the
I
outfit.
hate the outfit.
design.
Covering it with trash. See, it's trash. Defense 21. This defense is what? 32. Oh. Okay, so it is a defense hit.
Defense?
But it's a defense hit, but it increases health more.
Wait, does Tristan have a new model too? I do have a new model too. Mayo doesn't know? Huh?
I don't know how she does not know. She was here yesterday.
No. Big.
She wasn't paying attention.
She was too busy playing Palworld.
That's okay.
Can't blame you.
I blame you. I can do what I want though.
You only see me in the trash can. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
on this screen.
Yeah, we can't do the multiplayer thing to have both of us in there.
While we're gaming. Oh my
It's already like strenuous enough as is with one of us.
god.
If you want to come over to my stream,
If we're not playing a game, it's different.
yeah. I think we started the stream. Oh, hello, Mayo.
Oh my god, you got a new follower.
I got a follower. It's a Mayo.
I gotta pee. I'll be back.
Let me get myself out of trash. Hello. Ah. Hi. Ah. Happy. I make myself roll with that. Ah. I'm happy. Hello. Oh, she's doing the big stretch. Good stretch. Your Twitch started freaking out. Oh my god. Gonna hit the Twitch with the bonk. Hello. Regular. Ah. And then when I get happy. Ah. And then. I can cry. Eh. No, I keep making myself roll. I can roll with my expression toggle. This one? What? Oh. No. No, I'm ferocious, not adorable. Hang on. If I do this one, no, not that one. Should be that one. Oh my god, I'm on the ground. Hello. I got fluffy tails. Hello. Luffy, sweetie. I can make my head big like this. Oh, that opened my inventory. Head big.
Start the fire.
Big head, no brain cell though.
Fire.
Pink Tuber. Oh, it's a D&D character? Ooh, nice. Eh. I might drown to death, my love.
No.
Herbie, save me. It's giving me CPR underwater. I got CPR under the water. I'm glad, I'm glad. D&D is so fun. Have fun with saving your addiction, Hika. I sit back down in... Remind me to show it to you at some... Oh, yes. We should remind you to show it to us at some point. That one? And then I press...
Start the fire.
I have to press my expressions like...
Yeah, some are not really working anyway. Set up the
It's weird that, like, you have to press it twice for it to do something, and I don't know why. You have to set it up to replace the Discord camera. Oh, okay.
There's like a way that we can like hook it up through Lumia to where if when we hit a toggle on the button, it does it through Lumia instead of does it through
hotkeys.
because the hotkeys might like I feel like the hotkeys are getting triggered off of
I feel like it's
like every time I hit one I roll.
Yeah. Every time I hit one, it either I roll, I open my inventory, I can like open up my party.
Yep.
There's probably a way to set that up. But damn it, the song made the sound like there's a lucky. I thank you for coming to have a look at my model, Maya.
Don't eat the eggs and milk. Don't eat the eggs and milk. Also, what the fuck? Oh.
I love how I get blushy a little bit when I smile.
Yeah, me too.
Playing a game once with my PNG Trooper on the toggle was also the button for shoot gun. Oh no.
Oh lord.
Literally a lot of my toggles use like Control Alt, and Control is just roll. I think all of them use Control Alt. I thought you were following me too as well. I don't know when.
Not she unfollowed you, I just hate you.
Oh.
Did you
yeah.
smell like butt?
I'm so.
Did our timer go up? I don't even know if it went up. It did? Okay, good. We're making sure it works.
Back into
Awesome.
like
Welcome in, everybody. My name is Aiko Heartblossom. This is my husband, Tristan Heartblossom, and we are the Heartblossoms. To anybody who has not met us, we know we've met Dan. How's everybody doing today? Did you have fun playing what you were playing? Were you playing Palworld? Tell me you were playing Palworld. It's addicting.
Yeah, how is everyone? We are currently now at our debut Subathon.
Yes.
Fortnite also addicting. Oh no,
Oof. Well,
I'm not a fan of Battle Royale,
either.
unfortunately. But I hope you enjoy
Yeah,
it.
as long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters. Making some meat. Making some meat and eggs. Oh, I was cooking. Decided to stop, apparently.
Oh, yes, we were in special events. Tell us what's going on. Ooh.
Well, let's see. Yesterday was our 1 year wedding anniversary, and we decided to
Whoa.
celebrate it by debuting our brand new models, and now we're having a subathon. So when the timer runs out, because we want to keep playing this game, we're just going to switch to our ping tubers, to be honest.
Yeah.
We don't really know how else to punish people for it reaching 0. So I'll never guess what you're doing. Is it playing Palworld?
Are you playing Pokemon and saying Palworld crap?
Are you playing Pokemon and naming the Pokemon after Palworld creatures?
That'd be an interesting speed run. Pokemon Palworld any percent. You got a name. You got to catch creatures that look similar and then name them after the pals. Unless you're playing Create on Minecraft, are you still ACNHing?
I have an ACNH world that I've barely been on recently. I went on the other day to do a bit of terraforming, but one of the things that we are going to be doing, as
I'm not sure which day yet, but at some point.
we're going to be doing a, where is it? ACNH scavenger hunt that is trico coded. I have the goals thing over it, don't I? Yeah, okay.
Maybe.
That I have ACNH coded or trico coded for,
You got a scavenger hunt.
yeah, scavenger hunt.
We are also not fans of the Create mod
Great
Mayo.
mod sucks ass.
Kiara keeps trying to convince us to play it, and all that's happening is I'm being convinced further to not want to play it. It's just.
No, you're not. There's no way, Mayo. There's no way you're the #1 create mod hater when I
Oh, no.
exist. You know we don't like the create mod. This is not news to you, Kiero.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, it's great. I love it.
You
Yesterday I went to the pancake parlor for our anniversary because
You
that's what
did.
I wanted.
It's not the airships, it's everything in the mod.
I don't like any of it. Actually, I lied. There's a very specific thing I like about it, and it is there are some blocks that I think are really pretty.
Try and come in and scare you want to do what? Oh, did you try and make you jump scare thingy and it did not?
Oh, the jump scare thing. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something. That happens so often. For the most part, it's tuned out. How are you doing that? And then also calling me a motherfucker? Bitch. Love you.
The pancake manor up here, 24/7 pancake. The pancake
Parlor is also 24/7
yeah,
pancake.
24/7.
Now I want more pancakes. Why am I so fucking hungry, dude? I got up, had dinner, ate some chips, ate some pretzels,
Well, you'll scare us
and
leave,
still
I'll
fucking hungry.
fuck you, Nat. These are clearly. I just think like create because it takes away everything I like about Minecraft. The clearly more reasons hate, and that makes me the #1 create mod hater. Redstone is. I haven't played Minecraft enough to get an opinion on Redstone, but it just seems like
I'm not good at redstone.
programming.
I'm not good at redstone, but I like using it, so I'll use tutorials. You gotta be awake in 4 hours, so better get going. At least get some sleep. Absolutely, I completely understand. Get
You
some
were playing.
sleep. Have fun
Yeah,
raid and run.
please get some sleep. If you need a raid and run, please.
And if anybody who has joined in with this raid wants to participate in the subathon, we have some a special badge that you guys can get for donating just one sub during the event. However, if you want to donate 5, that'd be cool too, and then we can spin a wheel. However, if you want to donate 2, that will get us to the next level, and then we'll spin a wheel anyways. I'm just saying.
And if you don't want to
And if you
donate
don't want to donate
anything,
any, that's fine too.
our models will be going away in a little
In
bit.
like
and I'll
15.
be back into our
Yeah,
ping
we're gonna
tubers.
be ping tubers.
Um,
Modding your mouse right now while watching out because old mouse broken and new mouse too clicky. Yep.
Matt and Anthony were playing Palworld. Or was it just you and that?
Oh.
Oh, you and your kids.
Oh, I see.
And then somehow it was 1 a.m.
Uh-huh.
Love that, yeah.
We started a new world and we are on. Hold on. Let me show you guys. So you believe me that we have the proof. XP is 0.1, not 1. We were on 3. We realized we were going way too fast. Somebody's like, oh yeah, well 1 times is also really too fast. And we're like, well, fucking 0.1 then. Literally the lowest you can go. So just so you know, I have explored this much of the world. And I am level 7.
Palworld is so fun that it eats away all the time in reality. I'm glad I have my wife here to
Like,
enjoy it.
look at me. I'm over here manually cooking mozzarella steak. Why? Because my flambell is over there trying to get me some organs. And it's the only other fire. Well, no, I have a firepower. I just don't have. Do I have a slot in the space for it? I don't have any more slots. Everybody's busy. You know what? I can pull this guy out. Come on, come help me. Come help me. Let me make this. There we go. I get some help.
Time to keep going. Yeah.
Actually, I thought of
I'm
something.
going to
I could pull
now.
this out.
Modding your old mouse. A new mouse if your old mouse broke and your new mouse is too clicky. Oh, interesting.
Okay, first of all.
And no more. Oh. Keyboard and no mouse. No, this is why you should get a rat then. Replace mouse with a rat.
Hamster.
Hamster. Yes, please, anyone that needs to go get some sleep, get some rest, please take care of yourselves.
You have a tiny house, come lambs. Yes. Yes.
An elephant, a cat.
But when you
Electric
say you have a tiny house, how does it compare to mine?
Aiko's house is massive. It's like a Harry Potter house.
Behold.
That one foundation challenge.
Look, this is my home.
It'd actually be an interesting challenge. You can only have one foundation in your entire base.
Oh no, that'd be terrible.
And you have to build everything on it.
Oh, that would be funny. I could probably get it done. Maybe. Oh my god, you're practically living in a mansion, Nat. Oh, yep, that's what I wanted to do. Are you guys playing together then? That's awesome. I'm really happy for you. It's so much fun. Guaranteed they're like, oh god. They've been watching us this whole time and now they're like, oh, I need to play it now too. There is a reason it's as popular as it is, and it's because it's fucking good. There's some, like, some people would be like, oh, well, they're just writing the, you know, controversy from the Nintendo thing. No. There's only so far you can get with controversy. You have to actually fucking be good.
This is a good game, and Nintendo's doing some dummy shit by trying to patent game mechanics.
Chat, do I do something funny? What are you doing? What are you doing? What's the funny? I need to know. Tell me. Tell me. Got myself all excited to show the 2 of you my ping tuber, but I don't want to interrupt your stream. What do you mean? You could just take a picture of it. Send it. Even if it wasn't popular, I'd still be on it. I love it so much. I agree.
Uh-huh.
Well, yeah. I was playing it before, like, anyways, and it was like, it's got its hooks in me.
We have been hooked. We are fish. Palworld team.
Go, Lift Monk. Go, vibrating Lift Monk. I guess I'm asking when can I show you? Post it in the, post it somewhere and just tell us where you posted it. That's all you need to do. That's nothing.
Funny. Funny is always
I
good.
always said funny. We like funny.
The only reason I wouldn't be playing this if Palworld wasn't popular would be if I didn't hear about it. That would be the only negative with it not being popular. That's the only real stop me from playing them. I love survival frame. Yeah, that's fantastic. Nearly enough ability to be able to get there.
I'm worried about what Kiero's gonna do. Because I don't know what Kiero considers to be funny. Happy funny moment? I bet happy funny moment.
Thank you. We have been married for a whole year.
Who was it?
OG Buildsky.
OG builds. I see.
Is this
Kiero!
Lizard.
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 Lizard. Damn. Damn. Thank you,
Dang.
Kiero. Now I have to put Kiero's name on me, and I'm so excited about it. Thank you, Kiero, so much.
10 gifties. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh no, I guess we gotta keep using our model.
Oh no.
We love these models so
We
much.
really do. We like using them. Thank you, Kiero. Ooh, do I know anybody that got gifted? No. Gotta meet some new friends. Watch me hyperfixate on Palworld and then stop and forget how to play all over again. No, see, look. That is exactly what happened because I was hyperfixated on Palworld for a long time, right? Well, not a long time. I guess a decent amount of time. And by, it was back when I was like, I got to like level, like 40 max probably.
Yeah?
And then,
Welcome in. I'm glad to meet you, OG Bluesky. Bluesky?
Bluesky? Bluesky?
They say if you make it past the first year, then you will last forever.
I'm not stuck here with you. You're stuck here with me. I guess. I don't know. I'm so upset by it.
I do know a large amount of first year.
I know that I have
We are
failed in the past.
very much in love. And we love we're best friends. We love hanging out with each other all the time.
What are they saying?
I'm stuck here with you. You're stuck here with
Did
me.
they say that we're getting divorced?
No, they say they congratulated us on our anniversary, and said, if you make it past the first year, then you will. They say if you make it past the first year, then you will last forever.
Yeah. I mean, it's a decent chance.
Most divorces happen within the first year, but like, there's a lot of relationships that end for quite a few reasons. If they go for.
So you guys, I don't want you guys thinking I'm ignoring you. Like, hold on. I got this. No worries. Give me it. I got you. Hold on.
I recently read an article or something about a guy who was married to his wife for 70-something years, and then he found out that she cheated on him like 50 years ago, and just instantly divorced.
This is what I'm doing. Oh, wow. I think that they were probably already having issues.
Probably. But even if they weren't, and he felt like that, yeah, more power to him.
Yeah.
Wait, does that mean we're past 45? We are past 45. We are at 47 now?
Ooh, yeah, I have to do some marking off, and we have to do the spin the wheel.
Okay, so we have to spin the wheel twice.
Yes.
And you did say if we got the 40, you would spin the wheel, so we got to do it 3 times.
Oh, no. What do you mean? I said if we got to 40, we'd spin the wheel because like it was 2 away.
True, yeah. Based reaction, exactly. Like if someone is lying to you for that long, just like okay, so we have done this one, all 3 of these.
I can spell this right. Okay, there we go.
So we have with that we have unlocked the community commission artists to recreate cheesy couple,
Oh, yes. That's going to be awesome.
and we have also got the chaos couples chaos wheel stream. I'm actually looking forward to that
Oh,
one.
yeah. That one's going to be chaotic.
The
Let me go
next
ahead.
goal is going to be at 50 subs, which will
I still haven't
be
marked them off yet.
so in 3 more subs, chat designs a tits redeem.
Mhm.
Which for those of you who don't know, it's an
Boobies.
acronym.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No, it's an acronym. It's Twitch integrated throwing system. Basically, hang on, can I do it like this? Basically, it's when like we have thing redeems, channel point redeems on Twitch to just throw stuff at us. So every VTuber, I forgot to turn on my tits. Especially the case if they're boober streamers.
Put the kiddo right here on my shoulder.
Oh no.
There you go.
Let me give you an example. I will do this. Yes. So lucky. Bum bum bum.
Oh, I got a hype chest. Love, love.
This
Ooh.
throw.
Nice.
Maybe if it goes through.
Okay,
Did it not work?
What?
No, my tits didn't work anymore.
Oh.
I think it's broken because the thing is
Yeah, I gotta reload it. Let me see. Is my tits working? Yeah, mine works.
Mine is up. Is there a way I can test it? Oh, I rebound it. That's right. It's this.
See, Couples Chaos Wheel done.
There we go.
So that entire one is done. That means the next
If
one
that in here. Pretty sure I did rebind it.
is going to be chat design the tits redeem. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So what was the other one? Artist creates. Yeah,
So the cheesy
I was just
pose
reading. And the chaos wheel stream.
and the chaos wheel.
Okay. Now we're gonna spin a wheel as soon as I find out where I put it. Give me a moment.
Does that not work properly? Yeah. What if I go to the
Wait, did I
Lumiere
get a sub for myself?
test?
I don't think so.
It should work.
Nope.
You didn't get a what?
They asked did I get a sub from myself? Nope. I need if you want to
Gifted
chat
subs in
with
the
me
unlocked
since we have a
sub?
session
Wow.
later. I might need to go. That's completely fine. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. Here is. There we go. All right, now we spin wheel. We had to spin this twice. Wait, twice? Yeah, twice.
Okay. Okay.
This one's popular, isn't it? Yeah.
You got meow again?
I only need to say nya for the next 5 minutes, nya, till 129, nya.
Meow at the end of sentences
If
now.
you'd like to, nya.
I will join you now.
Should I remove it, nya, because it's already been spun like 3 times, yeah.
Yeah, probably now.
We'll probably remove it, yeah. I'll actually remove it after I do this last spin here, yeah. And instead, I am going to, oh my goodness, I have to tell an embarrassing but harmless story, yeah. Okay, let me think.
Okay,
I should have
okay.
had one
Embarrassing but
prepared,
harmless.
yeah. What story do I have prepared, yeah? Okay,
Oh my
so
god.
when I was 22, when I was 22, yeah, I went out with some friends, right? For my friend's 21st birthday, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we all sat around and we went, it was basically a diner that also had like a bar. Yeah. And I got a mudslide. A mudslide, if you guys don't know, is a chocolate milkshake with Kahlua in it. Now it could
Is
have
it
other things. It could
Kahlua
have
like a
vodka and stuff like
chocolate alcohol?
chocolate liqueur. Yes, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yes, yeah.
I I haven't had it.
It is very, very, very tasty, yeah. Anyways, so I had already been drinking this, yeah. And I don't know if you guys know, ice cream, milkshake is ice cream is dairy, right? Yeah. So, um, we got that, we're fine. They wound up getting the table around the beers. So we're drinking beer on top of it. No big deal, okay? Remember, they say beer before liquor, never sicker, liquor before beer, you're in the clear, okay? All fine, right? So we're drinking the beer, all is good. And then they're like, to celebrate our friend's 21st birthday, we are going to all have a round of a round of shot of Jack Daniels. Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah.
And I keep in mind this is a family restaurant. It just has a bar. Yeah. So everybody's at the table and um I take my shot of Jack, which then proceeds to make my head spin immediately. Immediately, I just feel everything because the moment the alcohol touched what was the content, the dairy within my tummy, it did, it had a chemical reaction, yeah, and it started to curdle. It was gross, and it came back up, yeah, in front of everybody, yeah.
No, no, yeah.
Everybody saw, yeah, except for the waiter, yeah. The waiter did not see. Yeah. The waiter should have known that previously he had come to the table and taken my milkshake glass away. But when he came to the table after I had run off to the bathroom, and he asked my fellow compatriots, "Did she spill her milkshake?" Yeah,
It was not a milkshake,
it was
yeah.
not a milkshake anymore. Yeah. So, anyways, I came back. I sat down. They're like, "How do you feel?" I said, "I feel better, yeah." And then they said, "You have to leave."
They kicked you out?
They kicked us out because I threw up all over the floor. So
Yeah.
I was really embarrassed. Yeah. But it's harmless. Yeah.
What assholes, yeah?
I
How dare they, yeah?
know. Yeah.
How long does Nya still go for, yeah?
One more. Yeah. Minute. Yeah.
Yeah, a minute, yeah.
Yeah. Minute. Yeah. I'm going to add this
Oh,
add
dear,
yeah to the end
yeah.
sentences. I had to do that 4 times. Yeah.
I am a fan of Nya.
I
Yeah.
don't know why that was so weighted so heavily. Yeah. But yeah, it was just an embarrassing but harmless little thing. And I thought it was amusing. Oh my God, I was starving to death. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
quite literally.
Yeah.
I was on 1 health. I think we're good now. Now,
Why is this
yeah.
sad on text?
I'll check.
What? I don't know.
Oh my God, I'm fucking running around. You guys looking at chat. Stop looking at chat, guys. That's my job.
Where are my Herbies then? Fucking serpents. Evil pricks. Yeah. I love you, my darling wife.
Love you too.
Nya Nova.
For your embarrassing but harmless story.
Mine?
Yeah.
Oh.
What, you'll do now with me, but you won't tell embarrassing, harmless stories?
I gotta think. That's the thing.
Well, it's got to be the first one that comes to your mind. That was the
don't
first
have-
one that came to my mind.
I don't have thoughts that come to mind.
He's never been embarrassed in his life.
There's one time that. Do you have one? The one time at band camp.
Oh my god.
I know. I don't have one on hand, but I can think of one.
Nat could probably tell one.
Nat could probably tell one. But the problem I have is that because of certain events that are related to grief and trauma, my memory is very fuzzy on everything. I do remember one time when we went to a place called the Hog's Breath Cafe. It's not a cafe. It's like
Bar?
it's like a
Brothel.
barbecue diner.
Oh.
Like at Outback Steakhouse, maybe.
Okay.
It's a place that does like a lot of like barbecue things, like
Okay. Outback Steakhouse only does steak, not really barbecue, but yeah.
it does a lot of like other barbecue things. I'm just trying to think of anything. It's just like a barbecue place.
Okay.
And there was a the waitress that we had for our table, my family was messing with me by saying that I thought she was cute, which then that made me blush. But did I think she was cute? I don't know. I don't even remember what she looks like. But I do remember I got embarrassed because my family was like, he thinks you're cute. But I didn't say anything about person being cute. And I have no idea when this was. I think I was like 11, maybe. You don't remember this? I vaguely remember this. Didn't
Well,
Hog's Breath go?
you wouldn't really remember it, would you, Nat? Because like
You
the
weren't the one
embarrassing
from there.
moment was not yours. I should have grabbed that. I should have grabbed my bushi. I should have grabbed my bushi. I need that bitch.
I do remember at one point I climbed up and sat on the stacked up chairs that they had on at the side. And people were like, be careful, don't fall. And I was like, back in. I'm falling to pieces.
My sister, when I was a kid, like I got in trouble when I was a kid because my sister fell out of a tree, and I laughed at her.
Why are these bastards chasing me?
You see, it was funny.
How did they even spot me and what? Keep him distracted, Lambo.
I'm still alive, but I'm barely breathing.
Won't even let me up and I'm dead.
Ooh, no, can't make that yet.
I'm trying to get what?
Nope.
They weren't even looking at me. They didn't even have line of sight on me. They weren't even near me. They'd swum away and then. Okay.
Oh, I came here to get my bougie. I couldn't remember why I came back. I shall replace it.
I'll make my way over to the desk. You remember that? Okay, you remember it now.
No, the other one. She remembers the chair thing.
Oh.
She
yeah.
doesn't remember the telling of the. Got in trouble many times when Josh or Tristan hurt each other without me being in the room. I know. Like, how's that my fault or your fault?
Wait, why did you get into trouble for those things? I don't understand why you got in trouble for those. Like, what? Did Josh blame shit on you? Did I blame shit on you?
Probably. Sounds like something you'd do, babe.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we talk about them quite a bit.
I know at one point, like, I think Josh pushed you off the trampoline and you broke your arm. Or dislocated it. You got in trouble for existing, yeah. Oh, yeah. Flying fox. Got pushed off a flying fox. Fuck you, I
Logging foreman. Second boss down. Ooh, careful. I like that you said you're 1 millimeter from breaking your mouse actuator, and yet you took the time to message us that. You had to let us know. We appreciate it.
Oh no. I was going to a schematic tower on the way to getting my stuff back.
And then you died.
No. Schematic tower is a level 35 Cactus Ignis.
Ah, yeah.
Your fourth time messing with the actuators? Damn. Alright, you know what? I've got to get going. I've got to do my next boss. Yeah? No, Kativa's struggling! I don't know how. I don't know how you're struggling. Probably starving.
Oh, actually, yeah, that tracks.
Well, if Kativa used the time that it was starving to pick up the milk that the Rosarina
Yeah, right?
was dropping, it wouldn't be starving.
Wait, is that your cat then that's starving? Because I'm pretty sure mine has mine has milk and eggs in the thingy.
And mine's got milk and it had berries and it had cream. Berries and cream, berries and cream.
I keep wanting to
You
call
knocked
this
Josh
pal a
out
hoot
good. He fucking
hoot.
deserved it.
Get in the ball, hoot hoot. I got a hoot hoot. It has no
I remember one
personality.
time, Josh went out drinking, and then on the way home, he bought himself a strawberry milkshake from Macca's when he was already absolutely drunk, and let's just say something got painted that night. And didn't... Who even had to clean that up? I don't think he did. He was fucking blackout drunk.
Okay, babe.
Yeah?
Hold on. Castaway's Journal, day 3.
Ooh! On day 3.
I've discovered what appears to be an ancient ruin while exploring the island. Did humans once live here? Finding some kind of mural on the walls, I found that it was none other than instructions on how to make the strange sphere from before. Using Paldium, the name I've given to the blue ore found around the island, as a catalyst, it's possible to transfer mere wood and stone into one of these spheres. I must record this method of production on my device. Where it happened to be a weakened pal near me, unable to move, rolling a sphere towards it, I was able to capture another pal. I feel like you read that one already.
I feel like I did. Do I have it? I think I just checked. Yeah, I do have that.
Did you read
I think
Castaway's Journal too?
I got Castaway's Journal 2, 3, and 1-1.
Oh. Well, fuck me. Never mind.
I'm sorry. I'm taking all your achievements away from you.
I don't get to read. That's fine. I don't know how to read.
There is one that I know the location of that I never picked up.
Nope,
It's
doesn't
never...
fucking matter. Doesn't fucking matter. I want it to be natural.
Dad cleaned it up, and Josh tried to drink more milk. Yeah, Josh just He's someone that is in denial that when he's drunk, he isn't, you know, no longer functional. He might, you know, retain some memories of it, but he is. Yeah, he's 21st. that was an experience. Do you know those like novelty giant like wine glass things?
Yes.
Josh got one of those for his 21st.
And then he had a
And
glass of wine.
No, he wanted it filled up with vodka cruisers. So like he went to the bar, and we went out to like a murder mystery experience for like Puff and Billy Express or something. The Puff and
I
Billy
could see
murder.
that.
Yeah, he got asked all the time. He asked them to put as much liquid as they could fit into it as possible, and I believe it was 8 vodka cruisers, possibly more, at least 8.
That's insane. For
Um,
his 21st?
for his 21st, yeah.
Had he ever drank before?
They've drunk. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Legal drinking age is 18 here.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I was making sure. I don't know.
And then this was when like Damon was born, and like a newborn baby. Nat had brought Damon along. Yeah, and then 9-day-old Damon. He was like he wanted to hold Damon.
Oh no.
When he couldn't even stand up.
No.
And then he complains that he was complaining about, even after he sobered up, that like, oh, he was fine. It was completely fine.
Surely.
He like.
Then he plays sports. He's
He
gonna
just
like
played a lot.
toss him like a football.
100%. If he held Damon, he would have dropped him.
Oh yeah.
He probably would have forgotten he was holding him, and then dropped him. He's a very irresponsible drunk.
I have a chili.
Oh, my bags combined because they were close enough. And the dead bodies.
Nice.
Insufficient heat resistant. That's the first time I've seen that with the desert.
Yep.
I have made landfall onto one of the teleport points on the desert. That was my entire objective. And apparently there was a serpent nest just sitting at the shore that anytime I try to cross would just kill me.
Oh
Because they're all
wow.
hostile bitches.
Wow.
They're like level 30 something, so there's no way I would have fought them in one. Yeah, he was saying like how he wouldn't drop Damon, but like he had at that point in time I think he had dropped his phone like 4 times.
Oh my lord. I'll drop my phone, but not a baby.
Yeah.
Trust me, bro. Shh, they don't see me. They don't see me.
Oh,
I'm so sneaky.
It's
Run away!
not starvation.
Run away! Ooh, you're gonna be helpful. Get your ass over here. Get your ass over here.
My Katiba developed an ulcer.
I used to trust my gut teeth.
Because it doesn't have a hot spring.
I only have medicine that helps with sick, sprain, and overfull.
I had an ulcer. You weren't right.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Get in the ball, damn it. Ow. You too then. I'm level 8.
Oh, yippee! Oh, wow.
Frickin' bird.
I'm still 645 OP. Funny thing. Yes, Kira? What's the funny thing? Is it Pac-Man? The Pac-Man thing?
Sure. There was a game I wanted y'all to try, but after playing it halfway, I hated it so much I didn't recommend it. Question, what was it?
Devs ignore bug.
I'm just
Community
curious
shit.
because, like, oh,
That
says
sounds like
a lot.
any
Sounds like
competitive
a lot of
game
games.
these days.
Lots of.
Oddspot.
Oh wait, we'd heard of that.
I've heard of that, yeah.
You did recommend that.
You did, yeah. I think you recommended it when you just started, and then I guess.
Well, okay, now we know that you don't recommend it anymore. Yeah, you did.
Good to know. Good to know.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Good, saves us some money. Speaking of saving money, the community now has to pick a game that we have to play.
Oh yes, yes.
We have to
We
buy it.
will
We don't
buy
have to
a
beat it.
game.
We just have to play it
Yes.
within budget
Within
and budget reason.
within a reason. Probably like what, $20, maybe $30 because of AOD reasons.
Yeah. Zoe Rain's diary, babe. I found Zoe's diary.
Oh.
Zoe Rain's diary 3. There's a group that opposes ours, camped a little way from where we live. They don't like the way we sell pals and use them in battle. Our group mockingly calls them the Free Pal Alliance. We're always fighting with them for no reason. Sometimes I bet they're not bad people if they love pals that much. I wonder if there's any chance of us getting along someday.
Interesting.
Fish a Discord, share my logic, building community went. Oh, this shit's useless. Oh.
I may as well keep that up, actually.
You know what this shows me, though? Like, we've been severely over-preparing for shit.
We've been severely over for shit. Yeah, probably. Probably very much. So.
Like, I'm level 8. I've already finished 3 bosses. I'm on my 4th. Ah, get in the ball! No! I'm just kidding. I'm not stressed.
I am just waiting for
Out there!
my pals to re-alive. When their state has deadened. Yeah, some communities are just extremely toxic for no reason other than outright toxic. It's sad. It is genuinely sad. Some places it's sad.
Why you so mad, bro? Ouch!
$19 is you can get the research thing unlocked. -1. I want to make a bunch of flame arrows. Never made them before.
Because we never needed to.
Yeah.
Now it's
I've
helpful.
always gotten to the point that you just like make reinforced arrows or something else instead.
Mm-hmm. Or you just go from like old bow to like compound bow to mechanical bow. skip all the in-between shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I might actually I might fuck around with guns.
Maybe we actually.
We never do guns.
Like, don't-
Because we always like fire past them.
Podcasts. Let me make this the quest.
My Gumos is dead.
No.
Dead.
Me fixing my mouth. My brain went all. I don't know how I read that. I mean, I read that as it's in my mouth out loud. In my brain, I read me fucking my mouth.
It's time for me to go fight Zoe.
Mm.
I'm just
Try
kidding, I'm
to
not doing it
reverse
that.
it.
There are limits.
Grisbolt would be weak to ground. I don't really have a good ground power, but
Do I? I mean, I have the sheet. But it's not ground. She's not ground. She's fire.
Gumos is ground.
That's true, but Gumos is dead.
Gumos will be missed.
Let me go see what else I got. Because I know I've caught some things while I've been out here.
Thank you all for being like so fucking amazing lately.
Agreed.
Just lately, forever, all the time.
Only
Well,
sometimes.
I've got a Rushall. I could take a Rushall in. Rushall's just ground.
Let's see what I've got. Lamball, no. Well, let's see. I'm gonna sort by ground. Gumos. Gumos. Okay. Pupperai. Pupperai's ground, yeah. But Pupperai's only level 4.
Bring in this level 11 Rushall. I'm only level 7, so I'll level things
I
down.
could bring the level 22 Arsox. Or level 15 Penkang. No. I cannot bring the level 15 Penkang. That will die.
Oh.
Oh.
You wanna rock and roll?
I'm sure.
And let me do this. And then what's my land ball? Go, 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 go. Hi, Sim.
Sims. I'm going to put. I'm gonna take Vixie. Put her.
Oh my alert didn't work for YouTube, but thank you for the sub, OG Bilski.
Welcome in.
That's I don't know why YouTube no worky.
He did spend last night before we went to bed. He did spend trying to set up
Yeah, I set up a sound thing. I think it's just with the model up and then like everything, it's causing lag, so sometimes the redeems don't go through properly.
Do you have your OBS the preview off?
Oh yeah, I should turn that off.
That's how I have it. It only works like decently whenever it's off.
I don't know if you're still here, but thank you. It was 31 minutes ago. Guys, should I flatten my island and try town call?
You can try, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. When do you think we should do the scavenger hunt? Look, I'm happy to doing this for a while, but like
We could do it at any point.
we really could.
Do you guys want us to do this? Do you want us to do the scavenger hunt? You want to join the scavenger hunt with us?
Maybe not today because of the amount of time left. But
Oh,
maybe, like,
yeah,
at the
that's
start
right.
of-
That's right.
Start of like tomorrow's stream.
Yeah, start at tomorrow's stream, yeah. Tomorrow's stream then. We'll do tomorrow's stream. Unless, of course, somebody's coming in and wants to, you know,
Yeah.
just saying.
We have no idea how long it's gonna take, so
It could take a long time.
yeah, we don't want to just be like, Okay, we found one thing, and then the time's up. We have no interest in Roblox or tower defense games, Kira. I'm fine with
That kind of falls under the whole within reason.
Yeah.
If we're gonna spend money on it, we're gonna want to play it. Like we'll let y'all pick it,
I've
but we're not gonna be
seen-
like super hyper like picky about it. But we are gonna be like somewhat picky about it.
I've seen people play Roblox, and it's just very much no.
Not your
Very
thing.
much just no. I don't want to.
I love the way the chicken looks when he eats food.
Like. Love some GeoGuessr? Yeah, we'll play some GeoGuessr at some point.
Kiro's struggling. It's like every 2 seconds, just fuck, I forgot. Fuck, I forgot.
Like, yeah, I'm fine with certain game genres that Aiko has no interest in, but it's gotta be a game that we both play.
That's why it specifically says co-op game.
Yeah. Yeah. Focus on your mouse first for now. Yeah. It's like it's Sunday. Isabella's outside, and I can't ask her Rossetti.
Oh no.
Ripperino. RPG. I mean, we do like MMOs, but I feel like we played.
I don't think so. The reason I'm saying that is because like this is currently our hyperfixation and we're gonna need a specific kind of like fixation to play an MMORPG because it's gonna take a long time.
Yeah, it's Final Fantasy 14. We've both played that.
Yeah.
We enjoy Final Fantasy 14.
Can you
but
imagine
it's
how
not
long
as-
that's gonna take? That is literally just like stop what you're doing and replace everything you're doing with this new game. That's what that
Yeah.
is, and that's not what we're talking about. That's not what we mean.
That is again in the clause of not within reason.
Yeah. You're not gonna get that. You're not gonna get that.
Is my land all recovered
You're
yet? It is
not gonna
recovered.
get that.
Yippee!
You're not gonna get that. Honestly, you're not gonna really get these either.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. Spears and arrows, yeah? Ammo, spears. What else does Vixie pick up? Or drop?
Spheres. I think it's a bunch of just low level items.
Yeah, I know, but like, I'm low level.
Yeah.
I'm low level, it works for me.
Oh.
What?
Depending on how condensed it is, depends on the quality of the spheres.
Oh, that's good to know. It is currently not condensed at all. But I will pet it. Good, Vixie.
Okay, so at base, it sometimes digs up one spell sphere, an arrow, 10 gold coins, or a bone.
A bone? Okay, so that's where that bone came from. That makes sense. Okay, so what is it again?
So it's Pell Spheres, arrows, coins, and bones.
Point. Okay.
And it's just... Oh, okay. So... the amount it digs up doubles at one star. It'll be like 2 Pell Spheres, 2 arrows, 20 gold coins, or 2 bones.
Okay.
And all of these go up by, like, times 1. And then like times 2, then times 3 of the base. So like at level 3, so this would be 2 stars. 3 Pal Spheres, 1 Mega Sphere, 3 arrows, 30 gold coins, 3 bones.
Okay.
Level 4, 3 Pal Spheres, 1 Mega Sphere, 1 Giga Sphere. And at max rank, it can dig up the Hyper Spheres.
Ooh.
3 Pal Spheres. Oh, it seems like 3 is the max for Pal Spheres. Or for spheres. 3 Pal Spheres, 3 Mega Spheres, 1 Giga, 1 Hyper. 5 arrows, 50 gold coins, 5 bones. So it actually seems pretty good to condense early. But when do you get the condenser?
A different level.
Level 14. Oh! Level 14 is when you get the condenser. Ooh! That could actually be really good as an early power to condense. It would solve any and all sphere problems until...
I want to work on that. Because, like, the Vix is just in here anyways. I already got 2 ranges.
Yeah, you'll be good for spheres until, like, the level 40.
So basically, I was thinking if we're going down in like 19 minutes, which, by the way, I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah,
I am
mid-30s.
so ready for sleep.
Sleep?
Huh?
Wait, you're so ready for who?
Like to sleep.
Oh, you want to go to sleep? Being very cozy with stream.
I just mean like I'm very tired. I don't know why. I think it's because I woke up earlier than you did. I don't know.
No, that's completely fine.
But the server will still be up, and I figured, well, while I'm sleeping, the least that can happen is the Vixie can be gathering shit, you know?
I didn't get a Vixie. I haven't
Get
seen a Vixie.
wanderer. What place
I haven't
this
seen a
with
Vixie.
this?
I have seen Vixies. I know where to get them from.
Place. Lantern gatherer. This is, of course, assuming we don't get more donations.
Yes, you will push through if we get that donation.
Oh, yeah. Subathon things, mine.
Yeah, I am more than fine with ending and sleep more.
We can kettle.
We can cuddle, and then we can wake up at an earlier time tomorrow. We stream probably for longer because I imagine we will be getting into more high energy
Territory, yeah.
territory in this game. Do you want to try the Zoe Tower fight at any point before we end?
Yeah, the rain tower?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Well, I need to go to the chief to report that
Make
I
sure
have
that my
successfully
bow's doing okay. Yeah, we're alright.
This single R cannot handle the energy of these 2 lovebirds. What, the fact we're gonna cuddle? You can't handle that we're gonna snuggle?
Snuggle. Basically, because of our debut, our sleep schedule got kind of forked, and it's made at least me very tired because like I'm trying to readjust it, so I'm trying to wake up sooner.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, we just for the first day we stayed up. Well, we started at 10, so
10 is later than what we usually start at lately.
yeah.
No, because of the debut, because we started at 10, which is later than we usually start, and had we woken up earlier, we wouldn't have needed to. I don't know how to explain it. Basically, we slept all day so that we could be up all night, and then we were up all night because of the debut. Instead of it being
Yeah.
like, instead of us like getting up and like
Instead
going live at 1 p.m. and then being live until 1 in the morning, we basically wound up staying up until like 10 a.m.
we chose the time when most people will be on according to our statistics for and like the time for how often everyone's been here. That just to debut,
Yeah.
and then going forward, just gonna be a when we wake up and go live. We would have probably gone live a bit earlier today, but I was passed out.
It's okay.
I
I was doing research, yeah. And then he's like, we could just do this research while live. And I was like, you know what? You're fucking right. Let's fucking go live.
2 years, 1 month, 4 days, 21 hours, 58 minutes, 27 seconds. Oh my.
Wow. I like that there's 2 different times there. 2 years, 1 month, 3 days, and 21 hours versus 4 days and 21 hours. Interesting. Which one's correct? Which one's correct?
I'm also getting my Lumia's saying
Sims,
by the tower.
Sims has a whole 3 days difference. The fuck?
Whole 3 days difference for what?
1 year, 9 months, 22 days, 14 hours, and then also 1 year, 9 months, 25 days, 14 hours.
Oh, you're having 2 things pop up? Cutie Watch and Stream Elements.
Yeah.
Oh. That is weird.
1 day difference for Lucy.
It's really weird. I'm getting everyone's followage on my stream. My Lumia is telling me, but it's only visible to me. Well, only visible on my stream, so I can see how much you've been following me for too.
Come on, my love.
Let's go.
Let's fight the big bad boss, Sundari boss.
The big man Zoe who thought we were here to kill, but
I mean, we will, but. And once again, we watch the cutscene because we like cutscenes in this family. At least I do.
Amazon Prime membership came out. Hello? Yeah, it did. Hello, Zoe. Jobo!
Balls. It just says, has been watching for, then gives you nothing.
Oh my god, you don't even watch her?
Judy was just. Be aggressive, be aggressive, be aggressive, be aggressive. Oh no, he's paralyzed.
We're actually doing
We're being level 8? Yeah, I think we're alright. Well, you're level 7. Was that so shitty? Did he freeze it? I have the weirdest fucking Bushi in the world, dude. My Bushi has a grass ability and an ice ability.
My Lambo has a dragon, They're pretty long. This Bushi, one with the stage review, all the talent we got. Dang, this is nice. Two away over. I don't know if you can
Right?
probably there's two of them as well. I don't think it's scaled. Nice.
Nice.
Easier than the.
Rushor. The Rushor defeated it.
Nice work, Roshua. You got the final hit.
Definitely thought that was Bushi, but you know, whatever. I see. I see. Whee!
Nice.
Yeah, we did alright.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to go talk to the chief, and then we're gonna have to come back and talk to Zoe, and then we're gonna go talk to the chief, and whatever. I don't know.
By then, yeah, should probably be the end of day 2.
5 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, why you? Yeah.
Da da da. Wa da 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 da. Wa da 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 da. Oh my god! I just realized something.
What's that?
Our twerk emotes go to the song perfectly.
It does. It really does. Yo, my dog.
I should let you guys know that if you're wanting to call something a twerk emote, you have to be very specific. 'Cause it will, or you have to be like very sneaky about naming it that way. Like trico twerk is like one word. Because if it's not, if it's 2 words, it will not. It's like nope, nope. We don't like the word twerk.
Yeah, you can't.
However, tricot work works fine.
Yes, try for what?
Tricot work.
Oh, this guy gives a might remedy when you get the 20.
For what?
The guy up the species guy finding all the species in the town.
Oh, I see.
At the 20 one, he gives you a might remedy.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
Excellent.
What are you saying? What about Kiero?
What?
You again. I was just about to
Yes,
look for
like
you, and
what?
yet here you are, watching up on me. Wait, hold on. I have to read. I forgot. Hold on. Let me gotta put my face on. I gotta put my right face on. Okay. Hold on. So you guys know. Okay, ready? Look. I was just about to go looking for you, and yet here you come again, waltzing up to me after what you pulled last time. You wait. Is that my key sphere? Where's my fucking phone? Where's my mouse? I thought I'd lost it. You had it the whole time. You think it's okay to beat someone down and steal their stuff? What? Whatever. Just keep it. Yeah. So yeah, it's a key sphere. My father told me long ago that the 8 towers around the islands each have one sealed away inside. He also said that only those with power should wield them. I still believe that. That's why you should keep it since you challenged me for it. You didn't want to come challenge me? You just wanted to talk? But why don't you say something sooner? Fine. Whatever. Fact is, you ended up beating me, so I'm letting you keep the key sphere. But that doesn't mean I think you're worthy of it or anything. I'm just putting my faith in my father's judgment. Okay, you got what you came for, so get out of here. What? What else could you possibly need, Baka? I don't really know what else exactly the key spheres are. I do remember my father telling me all sorts of complicated stuff about them, though, like them originally being parts for something and being used to seal something away. Well, there are 7 others, so maybe you'll find more if you collect all 8 of them. What? What's that look on your face? Stop looking at me with that look of vague disappointment, Baka. For a pow tamer, you really are a pain, you know that? Just get out of here already. I love that. It's the perfect face to mock. So I fucking love that shit. It's very cute. Exactly. Not like a lanky thing. Baka.
You have to elongate it as well. Takes it perfect.
Baka. Okay. Search for clues about the next tower, which I'm not gonna do right now. Floof!
Floof.
I wanna see what's in here. Nothing! You stole whatever was in here.
They stole the pink
No! Oh wait, I don't have this. Hold on. This is new. I want that. I want it. Give me, get in my pocket.
And then it'd be like back.
Baka.
I think of a shooter. Pew. Oh, this
I
is
got a
also-
Nox.
Gas.
Baka. Look, it says Subathon complete. Thanks. It's not done. Subathon's not done. We'll be back tomorrow.
We will be back
However, what we are
tomorrow.
gonna do is
just
we're gonna
take
raid out this
tonight.
morning.
Because
Did you guys
sleepy.
have fun? We had fun. But I'm tired. I'm gonna try and catch up on some sleep so when we come back tomorrow, bright eyed and bushy tailed, and then we'll start pestering you like bitches about donating.
Giving us all your money.
Giving us your
You.
money so we can stay alive longer. And put it towards a car so we can actually go to the pancake parlor whenever the fuck we want.
Yeah, that's our goals. We don't have any like.
Look, it's nothing crazy. We just want to go to the pancake parlor more often.
We just want pancakes whenever we want.
Yeah, why can't we just want pancakes? Okay, I feel like it's a lofty goal, guys.
We don't have grandiose goals or any ridiculous things.
We just want a car so we can go get pancakes. Otherwise, we keep having to ask his mom to take us to go get pancakes.
And,
Life
like,
is hard, dude.
I don't mind having her there, but like she's sleeps at a normal-ish schedule.
Yeah,
so,
we feel
like,
bad because we want to go at like 3 in the morning.
Yeah, 3, 2,
Yeah,
1.
and she's sleeping, and we're just like, how the fuck are we supposed to get pancakes at 3 in the morning? This person's first stream after hitting affiliate. Why not? Let's fucking go. Chiku Mirora. 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 Okay? Alright. This is our raid message. This is our sub raid message. If you'd like to copy one of those and join us in raiding out to Chiku Mirora. I really appreciate it.
Hang on, let me.
And we'll see you
There we go.
guys
Everything's
over there.
slow.
And thank you guys for stopping by. And please come tomorrow and give us money. I mean, hang out with us. Okay, love you. Bye.
I'm gonna be a little bit delayed.
I have to wait. It doesn't say raid now. God damn it. This is
I have to
awkward.
wait.
I have to wait too. Oh, wait, now I
How long?
can.